Nada, comer porque estoy muerta de hambre. So, welcome. Maybe quickly introducing yourself. Sorry, we had the EMI Advisory Council, so a little bit busy. So maybe quick introductions.
Okay, we have one more judge. He's taking a bathroom break, but he'll be right back.
Yeah, I think we haven't met.
I'm Howard.
Howard, thank you so much for coming. Thank you. Oh yeah, Nippon. Okay, when you meet people in Zoom, then it's a little bit disconcerting. So thank you very much. So we have here the judges. Maybe you can introduce quickly yourselves. How are we in time? Oh, so we still have 5 minutes, so good. Yeah, okay, so thank you. Carlos, did you introduce yourself?
No. I can't, I'm a gentleman, Lourdes.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming. Yeah, so we have 2 packed days of activities, so thank you very much.
I got my espresso.
Okay, thank you. And
You get the first one.
yes.
Good morning, everyone. My name is AnTa. I'm from Egypt. I'm representing Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University from Japan.
Yeah. Okay, I saw Japan is really international, that university.
It is. We have 108 countries.
Yeah, I never thought you always had the idea of a homogeneous country.
True.
And when I saw your team, I thought, no, this is not Japan.
Changing the narrative. Yeah.
Wow, has changed a lot. So welcome.
Hi everyone, this is Joaquin Sanchez. I'm gonna be a judge for today's projects. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, more presentations? Yeah.
Yeah, so we're team RedBricks and I'm from Carlson, University of Minnesota.
Thank you. The Minnesota one. So you are the closer one.
We're the closer ones. We're the home.
No, you know that there is a long-standing relation between Minnesota and Cornell. We import presidents. From Minnesota, and yes, very close relations. So very happy. We had no Cornell this year, so there have been serious complaints from the Cornellians. So, but we have Minnesota. That
We're representing them,
So that's it.
We have Cornell's backs. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Hola. Oh, should I introduce myself?
Yes,
Michael.
please. Yeah. Yeah.
So, okay, I'm Michael Klauser and I am a hotelier undergrad and then MBA 99. And currently I'm with the Startup Race, which is a international accelerator for students and immigrating entrepreneurs. And we have we're based in Edinburgh, Scotland, but we operate virtually, and we also have a presence in Medellin, Colombia. So that's me. Thank you.
Very much. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So please, those online, maybe you can introduce yourselves as well. I don't know who is online. Mauricio, maybe you give them.
No need to let them.
Yeah. So yeah. So we so the IT person is going to allow give permission for you to talk. So everybody has introduced themselves here. Yeah.
My name is Robert Parada. Hi to everyone. I'm from Medellin, Colombia, representing EAFIT University, and I'm an entrepreneur. So I'm gonna pitch today in the competition.
Thank you. Okay, remember that Mark Mobius wants to see financials. So we want financials. Okay, so
Hi everyone, my name is Fume Saracino. I am an EMBA class of 26, and this is my first conference, so I'm excited to hear your pitches.
Yeah, thank you. So you are a judge also?
I'm not a judge.
Okay.
I'm an EMI fellow.
Okay, thank you for coming. Okay, so we are going to maybe Osagi and Carlos, you can introduce. So, okay, so I haven't introduced myself. So my name is Lourdes Casanova, and I'm the Gail and Rob Cañizares Director of the Emerging Markets Institute. So the institute was launched in 2010 with the idea that MBA programs and business schools at large needed to have more international content. So we have launched a number of initiatives, and among them the pitch competition and the case competition, to bring that international content to create networks, to make you reflect students about challenges and opportunities in emerging markets. We want you to go beyond Apple, Microsoft, and with all my due respect and admiration to the Googles of this world, we want you to know about other companies, and we want to bring experiences of innovation and entrepreneurship in emerging markets or for emerging markets. Because we have a group of Esade, for instance, in Barcelona, but it's a group of Ghanaian entrepreneurs. So we want to bring that. So we are very pressed with time because some of the teams are participating online from very far. So sorry, but we'll be very, very, very strict with time. And we are going to start with the pitch competition and then move to the case competition. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you, and Bahia is also another judge. Maybe you can introduce yourself, Bahia, in 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Avinya. I'm Avinya, I'm an entrepreneur and I manage a legal tech company. Good to meet you and good to be here.
Thank you. There is research here. Okay, so now without further ado, I'm going to introduce to you the very hardworking and excellent leaders of the chair of the pitch competition. You must have received plenty of emails from them, Osagi and Carlos. Maybe you can introduce yourselves.
Yeah, hi everyone. My name is Osagi, current second year MBA at Cornell, currently leading the pitch competition. Here with my co-chair, Carlos.
Hi, I'm Carlos, also known by Charlie. Thanks for coming here today. Pitch competition is fun. It's a place where we're gonna speak about business models, innovation, people from all different regions, countries. So have a good time enjoying this experience and welcome once again.
Okay, so we have here a microphone, maybe better for those online to talk to the microphone. So then you introduce the teams. So who starts?
Yeah, so we're starting off with the first team, KalPay from Pakistan. I guess they're gonna be online currently. So we're gonna go ahead and get started. Just give me 1 second.
Is there a like a matrix we should fill out as judges?
Yes, so I'll get the evaluation criteria up to you guys to get started.
Okay, great.
You the have the evaluation criteria.
They sent in an email, but I need to send them a physical copy. Yeah.
So I can print it if you want.
Yeah. Print the evaluation criteria.
Working on my.
The first team is online, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, please.
That one.
I mean,
Sure, if you want to.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, you have to promote the team of KalPay. Okay, are they promoting the team of KalPay?
Yeah, right.
Okay, I wanted to introduce to you two people who are tremendous help. Marcela here at Cornell Tech support, thank you very much. Mauricio and Jackie, they are going to support us during the day and tomorrow as well. So we are going to, you have the names to be promoted for the KalPay. Have you given the names to be promoted from KalPay?
Do you guys have that?
No. No. Can you give the names?
is it for that person? Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you have to give the names of the people to promote, otherwise they cannot speak.
Yes, we have.
No.
They were Excel now publishing Excel with things.
Not in my Excel file.
I have it.
Over this with you. I have some idea.
I don't know what I'll be biased because of it.
Yeah.
No, let's promote it. Can you give the names of the people?
Yeah.
You don't know the name of the speaking? Also based strictly on presentation.
Yeah. No.
Because here we will not have.
Some things are. Actually, this. Yes.
This competition has a name.
Yeah, way too much.
So, yeah, actually, we did some work with EAFIT, with the Universidad. Yeah, we did some work with them during the pandemic, and I also did some consulting in the early stages with Thomas Rios, Thomas, yeah, on .go, yeah. And I know Mark.
Hello, everyone. Am I audible?
Okay, thank you very much,
No,
please,
guys.
yeah, please.
Let's
Osagi.
connect to it.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, sure.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So we just promoted you. If you would like to start, please go ahead.
The timing was
Perfect.
keeping
Is it possible that I share my screen and share the updated pitch deck? Is that doable?
Can he share the screen?
Yes, just give us a second.
Yeah,
I just promoted him to panelist.
thank you. Okay, so thank you, please go ahead.
Perfect. I will. Perfect. Thank you so much. I've joined in as a panelist. If you can just let me share my screen, and that'll be great. Thank you.
Have you tried sharing?
Yes, it says you cannot share screen while the other participant is sharing.
Okay, we are trying because we are in a new classroom and we think you can share, but okay, we are trying.
Okay, I just stopped sharing.
Okay,
Perfect.
try now, try.
Perfect.
Looks good.
Okay, sure.
Perfect. Thank you
Please,
so
please
much.
go on.
Thank you so much. First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for being here today. I'll just give you a brief background about KalPay. We are a startup that was founded in 2020 by myself, and it was actually started from a classroom here in Pakistan. So I was doing a project studying the local financial ecosystem, and there were some problems that we identified. So being an emerging market, much like a lot of other countries across the globe, Pakistan also has very low availability of credit and financial inclusion. When you look at the numbers, we're talking about a 21% financial inclusion rates. And when you look at the formal credit, particularly at credit cards, we're just talking about 1 million unique credit cards for more than 220 million people. Now, if you compare this to global figures, the eastern side of New York has more credit cards compared to all of Pakistan. Now, inherently, that doesn't mean that there's no need for consumer credit. That's where the informal lenders come in. So people resort to these informal lenders, and that's where they're exploited. We're talking about 300 to 400% in interest that's charged. So we came up with an idea of empowering the underserved segments in Pakistan with our digitized lending services. So we are going for a wider reach and access through our digital-only process, and also making sure that we mitigate risk through enhanced due diligence and credit scoring. Our mission is to extend credit to the underbanked in Pakistan for a hassle-free experience, and using technology and data to ensure that it is done safely and responsibly. And our vision is on bringing financial inclusion, well-being to everyone. So currently we are operating two products under KalPay. The largest one is KalPay Esade, where we are giving access to consumers to productive assets on easy monthly installments. So for example, we worked with the likes of Careem, which is an Uber-owned company in Pakistan, and we worked with Foodpanda, which is the delivery hero of Pakistan, and we enable their riders to get smartphones on easy monthly installments because the smartphone for them is a productive asset. Similarly, we are providing similar products to students, freelancers, people who use laptops and electronic gadgets as a productive asset. The limits that we assign, they go up as high as $4,000 per customer, and we give them access to 12 monthly installments. KalPay Talim is our recent most vertical that we introduced last year. And for us, this is the one that's closest to our hearts, because this is where we are creating a lot more impact for the local community here in the country. So this is where we are offering easy interest-free installments to our customers for their education expenses. It can be university fees. It can be fees for SAT, GMATs, etc., and also for professional learning courses and certifications. The credit limit remains the same, up to $4,000 and up to 12 monthly installments. So unlike what we see in the West, where we have seen people get access to long-term financing for education, we're talking about 10, 15, 20 years. Unfortunately, in most of emerging markets, Pakistan being the same, we don't have access to such financial institutions, and no bank is willing to give out loans for education. There are only 3 registered entities in Pakistan, financial entities in Pakistan, including us, that are focused on giving out educational loans. Now, that in itself is a huge pain point here. And this is, where a lot of impact is being created. So the challenge in education is that the cost of education is getting higher. The public institutes, they have limited capacity, and even in the terms of quality that they're offering, that's not great. So there's a heavy reliance on private education, which is of course costly. Now, when there's lack of financial access and lack of financial institutions providing loans for private education, that's where we come in. So we're trying to expand access to quality higher education, making sure that financial access and money is not a hurdle in getting access to good education. Just a few very quick case studies that we have experienced so far. So Food Panda is one use case. This is the largest food delivery company in Pakistan, and all of their riders use a smartphone as a means of livelihood and a means of earning. We have enabled more than 400 riders so far, just in one city, and this means that they are now able to be more effective in their deliveries and more effective in their with their livelihood as well. And then there's another use case. We have, of course, you changed the image and the name, but this is an actual use case that we got where a parent came to us for their daughter's university fee, saying that she would have decided to sell her house if our facility was not present. So this tells us that education is still very important for the masses here, but unfortunately, with low access to credit, with low access to financial institutions, they unfortunately have to sometimes resort to selling their key assets to make sure their children get good education. So this is what we do, and this is how we are enabling people in Pakistan get access to easy credit. So we are actually the first AI-enabled digital lender here in the country. So we have recently introduced a new feature where through WhatsApp, we have created a chatbot which onboards a customer. So a customer reaches out to us, they're talking to an AI chatbot, the agent tells them all the details about the product. It talks to them in the local language. So we're not talking to the customer in English because, of course, inherently, there's lower understanding amongst the masses of that language. So we're talking to the customer in the local language. We're doing their basic KYC. We are confirming the order. All of this is being done over WhatsApp because something that we saw was most of the people, although they have a smartphone, they're not willing to download mobile applications. But WhatsApp is a common application that most of the smartphone users in Pakistan and emerging economies have, and it makes it very easy for them to directly interact with us on that. So talking about the opportunity, the problem in itself presents us with a huge opportunity when we're talking about around 21% of the adult population being financially included and very low credit penetration. That means that there's a huge market out there that can be tackled and that can be captured. Just talking about 2 of the verticals that we are focusing on in Esade. Just talking about and looking at the devices, there are more than 40 million smartphone devices that are sold in Pakistan every year, which means it's more than a $15 billion market and has been growing at around 20% year on year. And in KalPay, we have 3 million students enrolled only in universities. This does not count for any professional learning courses or any high school or higher education. And we have more than 200 universities in Pakistan. Over the past 5 years, we have seen an average trend of around 3% growth in yearly enrollment. So looking at the local market, we are standing out from other competitors because of a wide range of products that we are offering. We are pricing our loans at a very low cost. We are Sharia compliant, which means we follow Islamic financing principle. And then we are not just offering the customer with one service or product, rather we are trying to capture a whole range of things that a customer may need while they're using our services. We started back in, the idea was conceived back in 2020, but it was not until end of 21 when we started with our MVP. Since then, it has been a long journey for us where we have onboarded multiple partners. We have gained a lot of traction. We have raised some equity funding from accelerators and angel and VCs globally. Some of the partners that we have onboarded include some banks, some very well-renowned educational institutes in the country, smartphone brands like Samsung, Infinix, and Kareem and Foodpanda being our biggest use cases so far. So last year we saw around 228% increase in our revenue, and around 95% increase in our GMV, and a 19% increase in our transactions. So our focus over time has sort of shifted towards higher ticket size transactions. That's where education comes in as well, and which is why the transactions haven't grown as much compared to the revenue and the GMV numbers. Till date, we have disbursed more than $3 million worth of loans. We have an ARR of $365,000 with more than 64,000 customers who have signed up on our platform so far, and we have disbursed close to 222,000 loans to different families and people in all major cities of Pakistan. So we have 15 educational partners that we're working with, and 65 corporate partners who have signed up on our platform, and we're enabling their employees and their users to get access to our services. We are backed by some very well-renowned global investors, including Orbit Startups, SOSC, Super Capital VC, OnDeck, which is a US-based accelerator that we were a part of. And then we have some local debt partners, including some financial institutions and high net worth individuals who have given us access to credit lines so we can further disperse loans and increase the loan value. That's myself. I started my first company when I was 18. I did that for 2 years, and then I started my second company, which was an e-commerce brand, for another 2 years. Then I started working on KalPay, and I've been at it for the past 3 or so years. I'm also a mentor and a faculty member at an incubation center here in Lahore. And because of our contribution to the local ecosystem, I was featured in Forbes 30 and the 30 Asia list last year. I'm joined by Saad and Hassan, although we are from the same university, based in Lahore, but quite visibly, they have much more experience. Saad is our CTO, has around 8 years of experience as a second-time founder. Hassan has around 13 years of experience, and I was previously working at the largest fintech in Pakistan. We're supported by some very senior people on a board of directors and some globally renowned advisors as well.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We're
Thank you
currently
so
at
much.
time. We're currently at time for the presentation. You have 4 minutes for question. So I'll open it up for one question at the moment. If anyone in the audience has any questions.
So what are the plans? What would you do with the capital here if you wanted? Yeah, that's the part I wasn't sure.
Capital.
Can you hear the question? So the question was, what would you do with the capital if you won the competition?
I think one of the biggest things that we're now focusing on is further digitizing and automating the process. So currently what we do is our credit scoring process is still manual, which sort of is a big hurdle for us in processing more loans, because every profile needs to be verified manually. It's sort of a hybrid process. So, we really want to invest in automating that, in building a machine learning based credit scoring model, because we have the data now. We've been operating for the past 3 years. We have more than 21,000 loans that we've given out. So we just want to automate that. I think that's the biggest use case that we have. in terms of allocating capital.
Thank you so much.
One more question.
Thank you.
What risks do you anticipate?
What risks do you anticipate, and what are your plans to mitigate them?
So inherently, there's some internal risk because we are in the lending industry. We have tried to build a very robust sort of a credit scoring model and a credit scoring process and a KYC process, which is why our NPLs have been very low. Even when we compare ourselves to local financial institutions, we are operating at very low NPLs, which is a great thing. But of course, being in an emerging market, the biggest concern are the external factors like the macroeconomics. The interest rates, luckily in Pakistan, are going down. They were 21% recently, but now they're going down. So that's going to help us. And the currency has been stable over the past one year as well. However, our products inherently have enough margin that even if there's fluctuation in the interest rate or the policy rates, we have enough margins to cater for that.
Thank you so much, Ras. Thank you so much. That's KalPay, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next on the list, we have Coco Technologies. I think we have a representative here. She might come down.
Much more.
Hello everyone, how's it going today? You must feel so proud of being part of this university. It's awesome. Congratulations. My name is Robert Parada. I am the CEO and co-founder of Coco Technologies, and I'm going to show you how we are enhancing health access around the world. We automated scheduling in order to make profitable clinics using technology for efficient processes. The problem is that inside the clinics, they have like a bottleneck. It's very difficult to get an appointment. My grandmother passed away waiting for a medical appointment. When we were on her burn, I received a text message from the hospital telling me, hey, the appointment is ready for the next 3 months. It broke my heart, my mom's heart, and I decided to go to the clinic to see what was happening. I discovered that inside the clinics, they were having a lot of people doing the booking, but it was not enough. And by the other side, the clinic and the doctor were there, the specialists, machines, everything was there. So I decided to call and to investigate this problem, and I discovered that was a global problem, not only for emerging markets. It happened here in the US also. And we discovered also that the clinics must be more efficient because in the future, in the next, by 2036, we are going to have a deficit of more than 50,000 doctors and specialists only in the USA. So this is a big problem that must be solved. So I called different people from different fields and I told to them, hey, let's solve this problem together. And we also called different advisors, leaders of clinics, of insurance companies to solve the problem. And we have a purpose today. Our purpose is to create technology in order to help clinics to be more efficient. And we have created a different ecosystem with different models and AI features that put the patient in the center. Technology that is focusing on the patient itself, because today we have a lot of technology that is focused on the doctor and focused on the clinic, but not into the patient. So we decided to create this, and we are solving it through the path or to the journey of the patient. So at the beginning, we start automating all the call centers with AI, with chatbots, with voice bots, and we help to the clinics to increase 30% more of number of patients they see every single month. After that, we enable telemedicine so they can see patients online. After that, we enable surgical automating scheduling so they can make more surgeries, 30% more of surgeries per month. And at the end, we have bots that are taking care of the patient. They are following up chronic disease. They are warranting that they deliver, that they have the delivery of the medicine, and they ensure a great experience for the patient. We move those indicators for our clinics. The first one, the show up. we take it from 70% to 95%. We recover the 90% of the appointments that they were missing. We reduce the giving and appeals by 80%. We reduce the cost of access for the clinic, and we increase the use of digital services for the patients. At the end, when we start Coco in 10 clinics, look at this. It is like if we have created 3 new clinics, because when we recover what those 10 clinics were losing and we put it together, it is like if we have 3 new clinics. So this is awesome because with technology and AI, we are increasing the capacity of a healthcare ecosystem. We also made an analysis in one of our clinics, and we discovered that if we automate all the process and when we do everything what I already say, a clinic can earn and can have a revenue of $5.8 million more. So this is not only like giving the opportunity to more patients to get access, it is also a financial solution through technology. This is not just an idea. This is already working in more than 4 countries, more than 30 cities. We process 5 million of transactions every single month. 1,000 of clinics are using, 16,000 of doctors are using our platform, and we have a $2 million of annual revenue up to this year. We also have compliance certification, HIPAA, ICO, AWS partnership that makes that the company be very strong for not only our natural market, but also international markets. In comparison with our competitors, we are a company that are following the patient journey. So we are solving the problem as one whole, all integrated, and all the solutions are just focusing in one small step. We are a 55 people team with a one purpose, enhancing health access for the world. We're all looking in this competition here in New York in Cornell University for 4 pillars. 1, connecting with large clinics, networks here in the US or in Latam. We would like to hear feedback from you. We are going to open a round capital by 2025. And for sure, this can be a good case of a study of success for the world. Thank you so much.
Questions. Okay. With the $10,000 prize for this competition, what are you going to use that money for?
For the question. Okay, the round that we are looking is going to be from $3 to $5 million in the next year. So the $10,000 competition is going to not like help us with a global expansion purpose or a strategy as well, but it's going to be not only for the money that we are here, it's going to be for the exposure, for the connection, for the networking, and for the contacts that I know that here are very important people which we can connect.
Clearly you have a product market fit, right? You have gone into 4 countries. What are your key cost drivers?
Cost drivers.
The
cost drivers. Okay, we have like 2 main cost drivers. The first one is the human capital. We have like the 50% of our team are engineers. So that's the one of the main. And the second one is contactability cost. As we have to contact the patient through different channels like WhatsApp, voice, SMS, email, and I mean, all channels, that cost is huge. Because we are very intense. We contact the patient like several times before the appointment. I mean, we do all the process, so that's the second driver of the cost. Both makes the 80% of the cost of the company.
And a follow-up question, based on your cost and the revenue growth that you're observing, how do you anticipate the profitability to grow, shrink in the near term? How are you projecting that? Okay,
it's very important to say that we are a profitable company. We don't borrow money. We don't like that. So today, the 40% of the cost today is for maintenance, for keeping our clients. The churn is very low. It's 5% only, 95% of retention. And the 55% of the cost today is for expansion. So investing in commercial team, investing in international expansion, investing in new strategies. So in the short term, we are profitable and we are continuing investing everything what we earn. The EBITDA is now around 5%, is very low, but because we are investing like all the money. But yes, mean, in terms of profitable, we have a 66% of margin. So the company is doing very well.
Very good.
Thank you. We have one more question.
I live in Colombia and I have used doctors and hospitals appointment service, and it's all over the map. Okay, from low-tech WhatsApp to a secretary answering the phone or whatever. What segment of that are you taking market share, and what segment of those segments, high-tech, low-tech, human being, are you trying to expand?
It's a very good question. Our market is only medium and large clinics. We don't sell our software to small clinics or independent doctors. So one example, one clinic that assists 7,000 patients per month is our client, is our target, right? Because they have a big volume of patients and they have the bottleneck that I show you on the presentation. The small clinic, they doesn't have it. They have secretaries, they have people doing the stuff, and it's good. But when the clinic starts to be bigger, the problem starts because, I mean, it's a lot of volume that cannot be handled with humans.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Okay, perfect. How's everyone doing? Good? Perfect, perfect. So next on the list, we have Pro Investing. Yeah, from Colombia. So we're getting set up here and then we'll get started.
No, only that. Okay, the next one after that will be AnTa. Esade?
We know what file.
Maybe outside, I don't know. Because they were supposed to be here. Yeah. And then Hong Kong, from the Polytechnic University of Hong Kong, is here. Okay, great. Thank you. Is someone online from your team? No.
Yes.
And give me the names of the persons online so to promote them.
Okay, so we're gonna get started with Pro Investing. Ready to go? All right, perfect. So Pro Investing.
Hello everyone. My name is Sebastian Torres. I'm the CFO of Pro Investing App Inc. And basically we have realized a huge problem in Latin America and in general in emerging markets. That is the fact that our countries does not have enough financial education, and that lack of financial education is generated that the financial system basically abuse from our people. So there are not efficient and affordable investment opportunities out there, and at the end of 50 years working, people don't have enough money to live because they don't have any pension, or the pension fund is too low to live the last years. So basically we have identified initially our target market is Spanish speaking people. There are more than 157 people that are in our market range. From that, we are going to attack 2.2 million, and from those 2.2 million, basically we expect to have 330K clients by the end of 5 years. Basically, we are creating a platform in which basically we educate first Spanish-speaking people in finance. Also, we have signed an agreement with one company that allows us to buy US dollars almost 1% lower than the spot rate. And we are going to use the initial funding to create a tokenized fund that allows people to invest from low amounts with low fees. And in a parallel way, we also already tokenized carbon credits. So people is going to be able to buy carbon credits and offset their CO2 production or the CO2 footprint. So how does it work? During the first 2 years, we're going to focus in generate arbitrage activities. Basically, there is a beautiful opportunity, especially in Colombia, in which you can buy stable coins like 1% lower than spot rate. And if at the same time you hedge the position, you can make around 0.8% each time that you do it. So at the end of 1 year, that activity is going to generate you 25% gross margin, and after all the costs, that arbitrage activity will generate you 15%. So with that 15% arbitrage activity revenue, we are going to fund the incorporation of our fund. Basically, we are going to tokenize a hedge fund, and that hedge fund is going to be invested in algorithmic trading, long-term equity, and real estate. And in a parallel way, we already have the carbon credits available for everyone. So this is our revenue streams. So at the beginning, we're going to focus in the arbitrage activities. That is going to generate a 15% annual return market risk-free. Also, that revenue is going to help us to improve our educational platform that is already built, and to promote our carbon credit alternatives, and the core of the business, that is the investment platform. So this is kind of our history. We started in 2019 as an educational platform. Then, like 4 years ago, our clients, our previous students tell us, hey, I want you to manage my money. So we have a license here in the United States to manage future account monies. So right now we have around 1.3 million under management, and we are growing like on a stable rate. But we realize that we are just helping like rich people in Latin America, and there are a lot of our students that have just 1K, 2K, and for us now it doesn't make sense to open 2,000K accounts. It has to be at least 50K. So that's why we start to create the application that could help us to help the people in a broader scope. So this is the plan. During the first 2 years, we're going to focus, as I have mentioned, in arbitrage activities. These arbitrage activities will generate 15% return risk-free US dollar. Also, since we can buy US dollar 0.8% lower than a spot rate, we can help importers to buy their dollars also cheaper. So this is something that we are doing now. At the same time, we're going to sell carbon credit fractions for help the planet and basically help communities in Colombia, especially in Coco and Amazonas. So people could buy from 20 kilograms. And usually a carbon credit has 1 ton, so we fractionize that ton in pieces, in 50 pieces, so you can buy from 20 kilograms. And also in the first step, we're going to boost our education system, because the education platform is the way in which we fidelize our clients. In 2 years, basically, we're going to have a robust investment platform, and then the core of the business model is going to start, which is the tokenized hedge fund. So our competitive advantage is the fact that we can buy US dollars 0.8% lower than competition. Also, we offer good, very good, and in fact, good financial education. Basically, our teachers are CFA or CTAs in the United States. In contrast, the vast majority of educational content regarding financial markets tend to be like a kind of a scam. Also, we provide our clients to the possibility of buy carbon credits and We offer also low cost alternatives. Basically, we want to charge our clients 1% per year, and in LATAM we can see cases in which the vast majority of the pension funds charge their clients even 6-7% per year. So during the time they could take even 50% of their money, but the client is facing 100% of the risk, which is super unfair. Here's how we are going to spend the $20,000 price. We are going to spend $2,000 in legal advisory, and also we are going to start to incorporate the fund either in Bahamas or in Dubai. And also we are raising money. We are raising 300K that are going to be invested in marketing and also in finishing the application. And we're going to raise 1 million debt. That debt is going to help us to perform the arbitrage activity. So basically we buy USDC 0.8 lower. At the same time, we hedge that position. The hedging always is going to be up because of the differential of interest rates from Colombia and US dollar. The hedge always is going to be buy. So I'm secure that I'm going to sell those dollars at a higher price, and I'm buying low. So it's going to generate, if I do one process per week, it's going to generate 25% gross margin after all legal expenses, administrative and taxes. It's going to generate 15% market risk free, and that is going to help us to build to obtain enough cash flow in the first 2 years to build our platform. This is our team. Basically, we have Mario. He had worked in the tech industry in the last 8 years. We have Natalie. Also, he have worked in the startups during the last 4 years. Sebastian, which is me. I'm licensed here in the United States to trade futures and commodities, and I have worked more than 6 years for an American broker dealer called StoneX, hedging the exposure of importers and exporters in Colombia, the bigger companies in Colombia. We have Camilo, which is our portfolio manager. He studied here in Penn State in the United States, and basically help us to manage the money of our clients. David, which is our front-end developer. He have worked with big companies such as Aeropuerto El Dorado, which is the biggest airport in Colombia, and Jamie, which is our crypto expert. So thank you again for having me and having us today here. And yeah, I'm eager to listen to your feedback and your questions.
Sebastian, I'm puzzled. I spent 3+ decades on Wall Street, and making money is very difficult. Okay, it's not, there's a lot of luck, there's an art, and there's a science.
And yet you claim you guys could make, was it 0.8% risk-free on every turn?
Yeah, because
the bid-ask spread of a stable coin, and then your US dollar Colombian forwards, any of those things makes me wonder how you gonna make that return on every turn and then get it to the percentage per year.
Yeah, basically there are an inefficiency in that market, in which you can buy the stable coin is like 100 pesos under the spot rate always. And even with the bid-ask spread, the bid-ask spread is like $5. So if you access to some crypto exchange, you can buy USDC. For example, in the case the spot is 4,200, you can buy it at 41.73. And also, I have signed an agreement with a Brazilian company, which is one of the biggest cryptocurrency companies in Latam. That they, by contract, I can buy it 0.8 lower than the spot, so it's secure. I have that right by contract, and at the same time, I hedge the position. I sell the dollars in advance, like 1 week in advance, and because the fact that the interest rate of Colombia is going to be higher, always is higher than the United States, because Colombia is a riskier country. But always, I have worked 6 years hedging exposure of the biggest Colombian. Always is higher. The future is the future. Forward rate is always going to be higher because the risk of Colombia is higher than the risk of the United States. So for every single tenure, the interest rate is going to be higher. So the forward rate is going to be up. So I'm allowed to buy to sell those dollars to $2 to let's say at the same time at the same price, but usually it's 2 points higher. So then you have you gain always are going to be gain the differential because of this beautiful situation that we have in Colombia. So if you want, we can I can show you like in detail.
I'm not going to go through the financials. My question is it the same kind of client who wants to invest like 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, whatever it is, and the client wants carbon credit? Like, are you targeting two completely different personas at the same time?
Yeah, well, we want, our vision is to have a platform that invests in the things that in the basic needs that any single human must have, which is the planet, which is education, financial education, and which is your money for your retirement. So it is in a parallel way. So we want to be like a symbiotic relationship between the ones that just invest in carbon credits. Perhaps in the future they could invest in long-term equity or in trading activities or whatever. At the same time, if I'm having a good year in the financial portfolios, I can also put $10 to carbon credits to compensate the price.
One more thing. So I'm originally from the Middle East, specifically Lebanon. So when you're talking about the arbitrage of the difference of exchange, you can't say it's risk-free.
Yeah, it's
very risky.
No, it's risk-free from the market perspective, but it's operational. It has operation risk. I agree with that.
Yeah, completely.
Operational risk, but it's
your institutions are at risk. Like in Lebanon, all institutions went under. Not technically, but they are. They lost a lot of value. You can't bank there anymore. So just be careful when you're terming it or when you're selling a certain product.
Yeah, that's why I have mentioned market risk free, because it's market risk free. It's not operational risk free. Market risk free.
Congratulations for being here. I'm just wondering if you have identified some competitors and what makes you different from them.
Yeah, there are some competitors in Latin America, like Tree and Fintual. Fintual is a startup that they initiated as a kind of our same idea, but at the end of the day, they was acquired by a big institution. So now they are charging huge commissions too. And the other one is Tree, which is more like a broker, but we are not selling a broker service because that is like a commodity. Everyone can open an account here in the United States and it's zero cost. But Tree is charging the client like $2 or $3 for per transaction. So yeah, actually we want to get the 300K clients because it's what Tree have obtained during its first 5 years. So it's kind of our goal.
Thank you so much, Sebastian.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. So next on the list, we had a quick change in schedule, but next on the list is iOptiCrane from Hong Kong Polytechnic.
Not there in the list of attendees. Yeah.
Testing. Testing, okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Roy. I'm from the Hong Kong Polytechnic University. Today, I'm very excited to share with you our project, iOptiCrane. It is the first AI platform in the world to automatically generate the ideal crane layout design for the construction projects. It will improve the safety and efficiency of the construction. To start with, I'd like to share a very sad story with you. 2 years ago in Hong Kong, a tower crane collapsed. It killed 3 people and injured 6. However, this kind of crane accident repeats again and again in the world. And it is reportedly, there are over 100 crane accidents every year in the world. For example, in 2020 in US, 2 cranes collided with each other. And in this accident, 22 people were injured. Now, let's move on to a real construction site. As you can see, the site is dynamic. It changes every day. However, in the change, there is one thing keeps unchanged, which is the location of the crane. Once we decide the location, it will serve the entire construction process, and the crane will be responsible for over 75% of the construction activities. So the location of the crane is very important. It will largely impact the safety, productivity, and the cost of the project. But in practice, do you know how do we determine the location of the crane? According to our investigation, including questionnaire and so on, actually, the entire world follows a same rule, just by the experience of the human people. It has 2 problems. First, the efficiency is very low. It takes normally 1 to 2 weeks to generate a layout, and moreover, the performance is not guaranteed. For example, different planners have different plans, and they are not able to decide which one is better. So that's the reason why we are here. We proposed our solution. We use optimization methods and AI models to generate the safe and efficient crane layout. It will have several advantages. For the project, it can save money. For the company, it can avoid accidents, which can protect the reputation of the company. And the most importantly, for the workers, it can save their lives. These are the key technologies we have developed, including 3 optimization engines and AI models. Our engine 1 focuses on to reduce the collision risks on site for higher safety. Engine 2 is to decrease the operating duration of the crane for lower construction time. And engine 3 is to reduce the routine decrease of the lifting objects, also for higher efficiency. And regarding our AI model, we developed the first crane layout database in the world, which contains over 100K crane layout scenarios. Using this database, we trained our models. Here are the results. For a simple single crane layout project, we achieved a 97% accuracy of the layout generation. And moreover, we not deal with the simple one, we can handle the complicated multiple crane layout scenarios. And for this scenario, we achieved a 83% accuracy so far. This is our product. As you can see, on the top of the platform, here we input some construction site data, including the drawings, and then we click the generation button, and the layout can be output here. And the entire process, we just needs 10 seconds. Our technologies have been well validated using a lot of projects. For example, in this project, using our technology can reduce the collision risks on site by over 80%. And it can reduce the
duration of the claim by up to 38%, which corresponds to 28K a cost saving and 800 kg of the carbon emissions. In our other cases, our technologies performed very good as well. This is our team. We are the world leading research team in this area because we published the most academic papers on the top journals. And we are the first team in the world who successfully use AI to automatically generate crane layout. In our team, we have 3 professors, including Professor Zayed, a full professor in PolyU, Professor Shen, a associate vice president in our university, and he is also a highly cited researcher in the world. And we have Dr. Ji. And we were the outstanding GOC team in our university, and later we stood for the university to win a lot of prizes in Hong Kong and China. And we also received some funding support from the Hong Kong government. And currently we are in an incubation program. And today we are very excited because we are achieving another milestone. We are one of the finalists for the competition. Oh yeah. And we are very practical because we collaborated with the industry closely, and we have applied our technology into their real projects. For example, this is a project of Gammon, which is the largest contractor in Hong Kong. And also we collaborated another contractor in Hong Kong, Yaoli, to further improve our platform. Actually, we have been thinking about a question. Why can we create value? Or what value can we bring to the world? Actually, it's very straightforward because life is invaluable and safety is indispensable. I believe this is not only the vision of our project, this is a vision of the world. And regarding the construction, the market is super huge. And according to our investigation, we can charge 2% of the design fee from our customers. So the total market size is between 1.7 billion to 2.1 billion US dollar every year. And here are our business model. Our key partners are the construction companies, including contractor and so on. And by providing our technologies to them, we can help them reduce cost, improve safety, and enhance productivity. And in the future, we will earn money by 3 ways: consulting, sell our platform, and do some personal training. This is our estimation, and we are planning to gather in total 300K investment. And now we achieved 1/3 of them. And most of the money will be used to develop our software. And we expect to gain profits from the 3rd year. And this is our first consulting order. And regarding the competitive analysis, our technology or our solution has advantages in terms of the decision speed, cost, and safety. For example, for the speed, we need just 10 seconds, and traditionally 1 to 2 weeks. And for the safety, we can significantly reduce collision risks on site. And lastly, let me summarize our project. We are iOptiCrane. We use AI and optimization to generate the first AI-based platform to automatically generate crane layout design. We believe we can do something for the world because we are not able to afford to lose any lives again. Thank you very much.
Open for questions. I see one question.
Hi, how are you? Thank you very much. Very interesting. So it seems that you have a great team in terms of knowledge to develop the whole AI, and you have an amazing database. But in terms of how you're going to sell this, it seems that or scale or where to scale it, given that you have such a unique product, why just focus on China? or Hong Kong and China? I mean, if it's so good, why not selling it abroad? And how are you gonna again scale it, and with who, right?
Sure. The crane exists in the world everywhere. We have crane, and why we focus on China and Hong Kong first? Because actually, it is our advantage. We are in China, we are in Hong Kong. So first, our market focus on China and Hong Kong, and later we will, put our focus into the Asia, maybe Africa, because they are emerging economy markets, and there are a lot of cranes.
Have the team to sell everything?
Sorry?
You already have the team to start selling?
Not yet.
Okay, I have a question on your database. You say you draw over 100,000, is that right? 150,000, 100,000, I forgot one. I don't know. Are these cases real life cases from Hong Kong only, or you brought them from all over the world?
For the current cases, they are mainly from Hong Kong.
Okay. And then you have on multiple cranes, you have something like an 83% safety record. So the other 17% is when they fail. Compared to what has, without the model, what has been the real life statistics on multiple crane accidents? Is it more than 17% of the time? Is it less than, and so forth?
Let me check.
Because your message is safety and speed, right?
Yes.
So therefore, you'll reduce costs.
Let me show you. All right, here you mentioned the reduction of the collision risk. Here are the comparison figure, and originally there are over 1,600 collision scenarios on site. This is their original plan, and on this site, the original plan is gray, and we optimize the plan, and we have the yellow one, and here are the results. We can reduce the collision scenarios from over 1,000 to just 300. So there is a big decrease.
Can you go one slide back?
Yes.
One more. These percentages are, you said accuracy, 83% accuracy. Compared to a human doing it?
No.
Compared
with our algorithms, optimization engine, because optimization output a exact solution or outcome, it is very accurate. However, for the model, for the AI model, it has some uncertainty. So we compare the AI model to the optimization engine.
I have a question. I do have background in building AI-based solutions for occupational health and safety solutions and Fortune 500. So 2 questions actually. Who owns the liability of the remaining inaccuracy or any incidents? Your software solution, your entity, the company who's your customer? Who owns the liability of things going wrong?
Liability means?
Of the accident.
The accidents, the potential life loss.
For now, the engineers or the company will be responsible for the accidents for sure. And currently, our AI model or our tool as a maybe helper, assistant to help them improve their decision making. But I believe it is maybe a situation of the AI technology. Every industry or every direction of the AI suffers from the same question. Who should be responsible for the technology itself? And I believe in the future, our AI model will finally replace the human-based decision making.
Yeah, it's something extremely important. Anytime you're working in anything related to safety, privacy, safety, etc. Safety even more important in your case, life at risk. You may want to certainly dig much deeper into it. One wrong, situation can lead to folding up, right? So extremely important for you to think. And one other question, in terms of your AI model, did you factor in weather data?
What data?
Weather.
weather
climate.
data.
Yeah, so if
And-
it's raining versus,
Yes, sir.
beautiful weather like today.
In Hong Kong, there is a practice. If the wind is large or like level 5 wind, we are not able to operate the cranes. So our model focuses on the planning of the layout, not the operation part. So sorry, we didn't consider the weather data so far. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Yeah, sure.
So who does this? So you're giving the plan to the architect, or you're giving the plan to the contractor, or like what's the purchasing?
Okay, different regions or different areas have different practice. For example, in Hong Kong, the contractor will be responsible for the layout design, and in China, the consultant will be responsible for this, or consultant and the contractor. So for different regions, we can provide different solution, but no architect. Architect is not responsible for this.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
That was iOptiCrane, a lot of excitement. I love to see it. For the final group, we have AnTa. So from Esade Business School. Just give us 1 second to set up here.
Okay, just reminding that there is also lunch outside. We have no time to break for lunch, so please feel free to take your lunch outside. So we are going to continue. I hope we can also take a picture with all the judges and the teams, yeah. Yeah. Huh? Working lunch, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Para que tenga una protección.
Hello, good morning, or should I say good afternoon? My name is Elong from Esade Business School in Barcelona. I am from Ghana, and our project is based in Ghana and the rest of Sub-Saharan Africa. For now, our startup is called AnTa, but I'll tell you more about that as we get to the end of the pitch. So I'm quickly going to walk you through our presentation is grouped into 4 main themes. We'll quickly talk about the problem and the solutions, and then I'll talk about the market potential. Then I'll tell you the team behind our project, and then our financials, and finally, what our investment needs are. So let's talk about the problem. So what I want to tell you about today is when you think about shopping for everyday clothes, I mean your jackets, your jeans, we take it for granted when we live in more developed countries. But for most parts of Sub-Saharan Africa, these things are sold by small, informal street vendors. So that's how most people buy their clothes. Over 80 to 90% of people buy their clothes. And they're all over the place. Think of them as how you see coffee shops in almost every corner as you walk along. So that's how most of us end up shopping. If I wanted to buy a white shirt, I would have to go to one of these vendors to get one. So you have a very highly fragmented market. Now there's a very limited modern retail presence. So you don't have your H&Ms, you don't have the online versions of Zalando or Farfetch, you don't have all of those. And it's surprising to think that we're in 2024 and we don't have some of these things readily available in most African markets. And then there's a high dependency on secondhand food, mostly from Europe and the US and Asia. So you have about 85% of the clothing being secondhand. And then in the light of all this, another important thing that's happening is that we have such a young population. 70% of the African population is under 30 years. They are tech savvy, internet penetration is growing. So I'm trying to paint a picture to you of the landscape in Sub-Saharan Africa, and importantly, how it is that we shop for clothes and everyday fashion items. So now, understanding this landscape, what particular problems does this create? So now we have a highly fragmented market. If I were living in a highly fragmented market, as I've experienced my whole life, and I wanted to buy a shirt, what do? I go to the first shop and they carry very limited inventory. So they have about 150 to 200 items. I don't have it in my size. My girlfriend goes there, doesn't get a red blouse in her size, goes to another shop, and then goes to another shop. Then in a day, you could end up going to 30 shops. That's basically how you live. And it's tedious. So you have multiple shops you visit because they have limited SKUs. It's very hard. The shops are very small. So it's high inconvenience in shopping offline. So as usual, having such a young dynamic population, people have tried to solve the problem by putting stuff online. So they go on Instagram and then on their WhatsApp status, and then they advertise what they have. But these are like independent individual people. And then the place is bereft with fraud. I order a black jacket and somebody delivers me a green trousers. And this is not funny, but this is real. Someone intentionally sends you a wrong shoe size and then tells you that that's the only one I had when you ordered. So apart from the fact that there's huge frustration for those who have attempted to go online, the offline space is too tedious. So that's the problems that we have in most parts of sub-Saharan Africa when you're shopping for fashion items. Now, how do we want to solve this? We want to solve it in a very simple way. We are not trying to be too advanced in terms of how the solution is. We are going back to the basics. We are just creating a unified online platform where we aggregate the inventory of all these small offline boutiques, informal vendors into one mega platform. Think about it this way. We don't now have to bring in clothing or everything. The things are already there. It's just very hard for consumers to discover it because they just have to go through too many multiple shops. And a shop could be 5 kilometers, 10 miles away from me. And I will never know that that shop is carrying an item that will fit me well. So we just want to aggregate all the inventory into one mega online shop, making it more reachable and easily accessible. The second one is, in doing this, we are building trust because every inventory that will be put on the platform will be verified and quality checked so that the next time I order a gray jacket, I don't get a green trousers. And then more importantly as well, what is going to happen is that in collecting this data, we are also able to give the vendors and these small boutiques sales data on trends, what is selling and what is not selling, and create a form of inventory management system for them in the process. So that's what our solution is about. But importantly as well, we want our solution to be really rooted in our cultural context and also how our young tech-savvy people are experiencing the world. So for example, our UX design is very scroll up and down as opposed to the typical one, so people can explore more. We want to make it more of like a social e-commerce where people can have fun of the site. We have personalized styling tools. It's very common to say somebody to tell you, oh, I can style you for a wedding. I can style you for an event. And all these are hobby stylists. But when you think that we have over 30,000 small boutiques only in Ghana alone, if each one of them even had an average of 200 items, can you imagine the quantum of clothing or fashion items that will be on their website? And when our aim is not even to get to 30,000, even if we just took 10% of people offline and inventory their items, that would be such a huge cognitive burden for people to go through the site. So we have a feature where we have hobby stylists who are on the site. And if I say I was coming for this presentation and I had my size and everything, they could go through and recommend 5 looks for me, send a link on WhatsApp. I could click on it, see the one I want, click buy, and then I buy, voila. So something like that. And then we also have something where we have a local designer corner. So we are trying to empower local young designers to also get their wear out there. So we have a special corner for them on our platform where they can sell things made and produced in Africa, local fashion. And then importantly, we have something we call the haggle. So when you go to a typical market and you're buying a clothes and they told you it is $10, you never pay $10 for it. You actually will end up probably paying $6. And we want people to have that feel. So on the platform, when you see a listed item, you could just send a sort of like a bid and say, this is my offer. I'm going to pay $7, and the person can respond with a counter offer and say, no, my last price is going to be $6.5. So we're incorporating all these little things that makes it very indigenous into the platform. So this is how we expect our product to finally be like once we've rolled out all our iterations. Now, there's also another thing as well. We are really committed to sustainability. Ghana, for example, is the largest importer of secondhand clothes in the world.
we get 15 million used clothes items every week. And 40% of that goes into the waste landfill. Simply because people can't even discover what is available for them to wear. And so one of the things we are trying to do is to extend the life of some of these pre-loved clothes, make sure that it's visible for buyers out there, because it could be in some corner shop somewhere where nobody will know that it exists. That way we prevent a lot more of this clothing going to the landfills. So why do we think now is the timing? So one of our biggest dreams is to create a startup that actually emerges out of Africa and goes global. A lot of startups have tried over the couple of years to build some sort of e-commerce platforms. The most successful startup out of Africa that has been able to list on a stock exchange internationally is Jumia in New York. And even then they have struggled quite a bit. So when you think about it, sometimes it's not just about the idea, but the timing of the idea has to be great. We've all seen situations where we've had, before Facebook, we had the high fives, we have the vines, and sometimes the timing must be right. We think that the time is now, simply because internet penetration has increased dramatically. In Ghana, for example, we have about 68%. In Nigeria, you now have 5G. So internet penetration is high. You have a young population. Smartphone penetration is gone up significantly. So having this population demographic advantage, an emergence of the correct market conditions, and more importantly, there's nobody fully taking advantage of it, because everybody came in either too early, or the world has moved on so far into the AI that nobody thinks of basic platforms like e-commerce or marketplaces as a business model anymore. But some of us live in parts of the world where some of these still solve problems for us. So for us, we think that the timing is just perfect at this very moment. And we think that we at AnTa are positioned to serve this very underserved markets. We have a first mover advantage because in Ghana, for example, and I've done my checks across other African countries, I was just in Kenya as well. There are few platforms, almost zero, exclusively dedicated to fashion. So you can have multi-category platforms, but you don't have one where you can only go there and buy fashion-related items. So even when you go on multi-category platforms, you will notice that often their second most bought items are fashion and beauty-related products. But everybody's focusing on multi-category or electronics and stuff. And also, there's huge advancements in fashion tech. So now we can have AI-generated models where people can try on the clothes even before, so like a virtual try-ons are now available. So putting all this together, we think that we are very well positioned at this very moment to take advantage of the growing need in the market. So let's talk about the market potential. In Ghana, we estimate the market size to be around $1.2 billion. The total market of the retail fashion in Africa is about $31 billion. Short term, in the next 5 years, our aim is to capture at least 10% of the Ghanaian markets, and that's about 120 million per annum. And then going forward, also be able to capture 10% in each of the other markets that have similar problems as Ghana, like Tanzania, Kenya, and the likes. In terms of competitors, we've identified a few competitors, and most of them are actually outside. Shein, AliExpress, people shop and then import in because they can't get access to local ones. These are some of our early growth targets, and our goal is to be able to at least have 10,000 active users by the end of the first year.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
We're at time. Really great presentation. I would like to open it up for questions now.
When most of your supply is going to come from already used clothing, how do you exercise quality control? Because you want to verify too, right?
Yes. So I remember when I first pitched this idea in business school working on it, everybody thought of it and said, why don't you let the vendors take the pictures and put them on the platform, which is the easiest way to do. I mean, think about it. Airbnb initially, people were taking pictures of their rooms and putting it out there. And so Brian said, no, it wasn't cutting it. He took cameras and then took the pictures himself. That's exactly the model we were trying to use. We have field workers that go into, so they go into each of these vending shops. So one person manages 10 shops. So they get up in the morning, they check on them, and they physically take the pictures, check the size, check the color, check the material, check whether it's old or used, and then importantly, tag it with a barcode so that anytime somebody buys it, they scan it in real time, it goes off our platform. We are not keeping any of the inventory. So this inventory is in the shops can sell it themselves, and we can also sell it. So this is the way that we ensure that the quality is maintained. And the cost of labor to do this is also significantly lower because we have a lot of young people to do it.
Perfect. We have time for one more question. I think that she wanted to move. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. So you brought up the issue of lack of trust of digital platforms in the market. I'm just a little bit curious as to how would you plan to give the customers that kind of trust? Maybe there's a system of proof of identity for the vendors, or I don't know. I'm a little curious about how you would elaborate on that.
Okay. So we know that, for example, at the moment, people don't trust shopping online, but mainly on social media platforms, because we don't even have apps or websites where people can go to. So everybody's just buying on social media. So just the mere fact that people know that this is not an individual selling by a company is one. Two, we offer returns where nobody offers. So we've struck a deal with the vendors to ensure that when people take the items and they don't like it, you can return it within 7 days. And we have two types of payment: payment on delivery or payments upfront. And then the payment on delivery is slightly more expensive, but then over time, we think a word of mouth to build trust within the system. But that's how we intend to approach it from the very beginning.
Thank you.
In terms of use, so one of the I'm just going to tap onto what my colleague was asking you about confirming the quality. Are you involved in the distribution? Because you might have all the inventory in check, but then the errors happen at distribution.
Yes.
So are you involved in this last mile or getting it to your customer?
Yes, we were involved in the last mile as well. So it's an end-to-end solution. We've seen how the last mile works because logistics is a big problem. So at the start, we have a few motor riders that work for us, and we have a third party that we are using, but that delivery is done by us and our team. So we are able to even receive the returns because we are doing that last mile delivery. And that's how we make sure that what you ordered is what gets to you.
Thank you so much, and congratulations for being here. I'm just wondering, how do you guys see your project in, let's say, 5 years or something like that? How do you guys see all of this in the future?
In the future, we think that we could become the #1 platform for getting fashion clothing in Africa. And we are, our MVP is almost ready. We are hoping to launch fully by January. And as we roll out, and we did significant user validation over last summer, where we had the vendors and the consumers. And at the moment, you're completely iterating the product, because when we develop the MVP, we give it to the consumers to test it and the vendors. So we are getting constant feedback. So we are hoping that at least within the next 5 years, we should be the leader in online fashion shopping within the continent.
Thank you. That's all the time we have for questions.
Thank you.
That was amazing. All 5 participants, all 5 finalists, really amazing. So now we've come to the end of the pitch competition. Couple announcements. The judges will walk out with me and we'll start the deliberation. However, feel free to go get lunch from outside and eat. And then the case competition will start right after that. Also for the finalists, keep in mind that at 2:30, we'll need you guys to be back here. So.
Okay, so this is, of course, the end, or almost the end, because we still need to choose the winner of a long parkour that started in the spring semester. We have had coaches, we had my students in my course in the spring semester here in Cornell Tech who did the first selection, and of course, Osagi, EGADE, and Carlos Bernosa Moros, who have been tremendous chairs of the pitch competition, have done that. Complete, okay, volunteer work, on top of their internships, their MBAs, etc. The judges who are here, some of them for the first time, but here has been a judge for a while, so really grateful in all of you. And also, last but not least, Mark Mobius, who believed in the project, who believed in creating networks of entrepreneurs and put the money with what he said, and has been funding this pitch competition this year for the 4th time. So very, very grateful. Before the judges, okay, so two more announcements. One, there is a group of students outside who would like to interview the pitch, you all, and the judges as well, if you have time. Second, I would like to take a picture with all the Osagi and Carlos and all the finalists here for quickly a picture with the judges as well. And then, so you, as Osagi said, you move with Osagi and Carlos, who will lead you to the room where you will have the deliberations. And also for all of you, remember that we are planning, you don't need to come, but we are planning a campus tour and a visit to the Four Freedoms Park, which is a beautiful place here in the island, and tremendous views of Manhattan, tremendous photo opportunities, beautiful, really one of the best places in Manhattan. I always say is the hidden gem. And so we have five after the case competition, the tour, the visit, and then at 6 p.m., no, at 2:30, no, at 2:30, sorry, the walk on the campus, then the visit, and then at 6 p.m. we have a reception. So please come here, the who have done the pitches here to take a picture, and I invite also the judges to be here. And one of the judges has come with a broken wrist, so sorry about that, and thank you for coming. So let's take the picture, okay, Osagi. So thank you again. Let's give a big round of applause to everybody. So grateful. Okay, the young ones in front.
The best one to take a picture.
The young people.
I feel like a student.
We need some more AnTa.
The two pitches there. Here, please come. You will miss the opportunity for the picture.
You guys want to get the background?
How about the one? You want the?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should change the background. Like the EMI background.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, you're right. Okay. Yeah. No, probably not. So yeah. We have one with Cornell now. Okay. Sorry. Close our tabs. Okay, why don't you take it in front, take it this one. Ariana is helping us with the banner. Okay, so now yes, now. Please, you have to product placement. Okay? Okay, thank you. Can you just take the Carlos? Yeah? Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I can shift it a little.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so thank you very much. A ver, tienen por aquí, hola. Oh, ya. Ya, pues muchas gracias, encantada. Ah, bueno, pues perfecto. Okay, so you okay, yo aquí okay, la primera fila.
How do you charge it?
Guy with the glasses,
It is here.
If you want to picture, okay, you follow Carlos. Thank you so much. Happy Diwali.
Happy Diwali. Thank you.
Please follow us. Yeah. Juana está aquí en la buena parte. Juana, okay. Okay, yeah, so vamos a darle a hablar. So Brooke, okay. Okay, no te preocupes. So we continue. Okay. Brooke, okay, ask to unmute. Okay. So for the case competition, give me the microphone. Okay. Yeah. So for the case competition, we have a great guest of honor that is Brooke Taylor from VinFast, who is just joining us. Thank you so much, VinFast, for your support. So Brooke Taylor is VP of Government Relations, Strategic Partnerships from VinFast, and is joining us from North Carolina. Thank you so much, Brooke, for being here. I know that you had it was the day before yesterday. I know that you are super busy. So here you have 8, so as you know, we had 705 participants in the case competition. We decided to increase the number of finalists from 5 to 8, so we have 5. Maybe Nionika and who are the co-chairs of the case competition can list the numbers of, and including one from VinUniversity. So maybe you can list them and they will give the word to you and then you can say a few words. Thank you so very much to you and VinFast.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. And I think we feel honored to have had the opportunity to, have a conversation with you, learn from you. And we're so excited that VinFast allowed us to get so much information and knowledge and learn more about them. And we're really happy that we had such great case analysis, which you'll see shortly. I really hope you enjoy the case competition and welcome again. So thank you everyone for joining us today. Please take your seats, and thank you so much, especially to the judges, for taking out your time and coming for the case competition today. My name is Nionika Chabra. I'm coming from India. First of all, wishing all of you a very happy Diwali. And also, this is a big festival back home. So I'm so happy to have you all here and celebrate with you. And I really hope that you enjoy the case competition today. We have such tremendous teams. Iris will talk more about it. How many numbers? We had around 705 participants. So many countries are represented, and we're really excited to have you all here. Over to you, Iris.
So thank you. My name is Iris. I'm from Mexico. I'm a second year MBA student at Cornell. I'm not from this campus. I'm from Ithaca campus, so I came all the way to from Ithaca yesterday. We're really happy that we had around 150 teams that participated for the case competition. We end up having 8 teams from different schools, as Nionika mentioned. So we're happy to be here today with Avinya from IIM Bangalore, Exit Global from Shaheed, Sukhdev College of Business Studies, OnsenTamaGO from Ritsumeikan Asia Pacific University from Japan, and this insight from Universidad de los Andes, Colombia, the RedBricks solution from Carlson, Carlson School of Management, University of Minnesota, Vinception from VinUniversity from Vietnam, Aztlan CG from Tecnológico de Monterrey, and the Strategists from BITS School of Management in India. Also, really grateful and really appreciate the presence from amazing judges. So we have 3 people joining online. That is Mehmet Agunay, who is from the IFC, Shivani Koma, who's also from the IFC, John Fonseca, which is here in person, from Technological Cities Development, from joining us, and he's from Costa Rica. Alejandro Galindo, who is joining us from MasterCard, who leads Central America and Dominican Republic. Juana Garcia, that she's joining us from Colombia, who is an associate professor from University of the Andes. Xuan Yu Liu, who is professor of strategy and international business. Howard Tai, who's principal frontline global markets, and Andrei Suk, who is manager at McKinsey, who also has been like super helpful with everything and throughout the process. So thank you so much for helping us with that. We will have our first team joining online. So I don't know if Avinya, if Brooke can say a few words, please.
Absolutely. I'm just making sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you. And thank you to Professor Casanova, to the distinguished guests and the students that are here today. I want to thank you for inviting me to speak. My name is Brooke Taylor, and I'm the Vice President of VinFast US. Earlier this week, I had the distinct honor of giving a guest lecture at Duke University. Now I'm here today. I can tell you, as a proud graduate of the University of Oregon, I think I'm punching above my weight class on prestigious universities this week. So it's an honor to be here. On behalf of VinFast, I'd first like to extend my congratulations to all of you who've reached the final round of this year's VinFast case competition. You've embarked on a challenging journey and demonstrated your commitment and talent in a highly engaging and competitive contest. This achievement distinguishes you as some of the finest teams among 705 contestants from 15 countries around the world. You represent the spirit and promise of the next generation. I think a generation that embraces innovation, thinks big, acts boldly to drive positive change towards global sustainable goals. And a special thanks to Cornell University, which has nurtured exceptional talent and fosters a commitment to innovation, entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. For Cornell to select VinFast as the focus for this competition is an honor for us as a Vietnamese enterprise establishing our global presence. This not only reflects Cornell's recognition of VinFast pioneering spirit, but also provides us with an invaluable opportunity to learn from your fresh and creative perspectives throughout this competition. As most of you may know, VinFast was founded with the mission to contribute to environmental protection and pave the way for a greener future for all of us. We're not only focused on manufacturing and selling electric vehicles, including cars, SUVs, trucks, city buses, and scooters, but more importantly, we're committed to creating sustainable transportation solutions that are closely aligned with environmental responsibility. And VinFast has chosen the path of electric vehicle development, a field which we believe will shape the future of global transportation. This is why we are driven to build a brand that can make a positive impact on the automotive industry and society in general. So we recognize that achieving meaningful change on this journey toward a greener future requires a collaborative effort from the entire community, from consumers to educational institutions like Cornell, and the participation and support of all of you who are here today. So that spirit, I think, is reflected in the significance of the VinFast case competition. Through this event, VinFast hopes to inspire and spread environmentally conscious values to each participant. It's really an honor to share our plans and challenges with you, but more importantly, to listen to the groundbreaking ideas from your creative and enthusiastic minds and perspectives. So be very proud of what you've achieved in reaching this final round. We believe this is just the beginning of a successful journey ahead. Once again, I want to thank Professor Casanova and Cornell University, and all the students for joining VinFast on this challenging but inspiring journey. We look forward to a greener and more sustainable future, and I am eagerly anticipating the fantastic ideas that you will share today. So thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. The students who developed the case traveled to Vietnam, visited VinFast manufacturing facilities which are world class, and were amazed. And actually, we had one of them who was a specialist in car manufacturing, and he had worked in the industry and was really amazed by the quality, the innovation that he found. So amazing, a leader in EVs from Vietnam. So we always choose one country. This time the emerging market of choice is Vietnam. Vietnam is China +1 strategies. Then electrical vehicles. We talk about electrical vehicles all the time, tariffs, etc., and all the other geopolitical challenges, and having one company from Vietnam. So that's the idea, to promote the knowledge about other emerging markets, about current industries. Last year was chips, this year EVs, and a company that we admire and we want to showcase. So thank you very much. You have been with us along the way, along with Corning, and actually want to also acknowledge the country manager of Corning in Vietnam, who had worked at VinFast before and was an amazing coach and amazing at all times. So we are going to start with the first team, Iris in Ionica. Also, the pitch competition participants, there is a group of students who want to interview you for social media, and they are right outside. So I don't know if there is anybody from the pitch competition here. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor. So now we have the first team presenting, which is Avinya. They're coming from IIM Bangalore, India. Can you hear us, Team Avinya? Since Team Avinya is not here, we'll move to the team Axe Global. Can you hear us, Axe Global team?
Hello. Yeah, we can hear you.
Awesome. Virat, are you ready to present?
You haven't given the panelists, you haven't made two of our participants the panelists. They're still in the room as the attendees.
Okay. Could you give us the names, please?
Himani Davar.
Okay. Himani and?
And Parv Agarwal.
Yeah. Hello. Parv is not there, Virat.
Okay, please go ahead.
But we've given the access to Himani. So are you guys ready?
Just a second, sir. I'll just ask you. It will only take a second.
Okay, please go ahead because we are very pressed for so please go ahead.
So we are very strict on time and we need to start because it's a packed schedule. Maybe you can start Virat and then Parv can join us later. That's okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Sure, I'll just start.
Awesome, sounds good. So team Axe Global, your time starts now.
In the 1990s, a person living in Ukraine decided to open an instant noodle restaurant business from money borrowed. Now, upon listening to this statement, you might think noodle restaurants are not the best thing to get into in Eastern Europe. However, in a short span of time, it became an instant hit, and that person was none other than the founder of VinGrow. Greetings everyone, my name is Parva Garwal and I'm here with my teammates Kush Gupta, Virat Vaibhav and Himani Davar to present our case solution on VinFast. The VinFast case study is more than just the story of an automotive brand. It is a testament to a conglomerate that consistently challenges industry norms, delivering groundbreaking innovations in unexpected sectors. So without further ado, let's get into VinFast, paving the way for a more sustainable future. Talking about the main question here, how can VinFast achieve profitability with its ongoing operations, considering factors like global awareness, customer satisfaction, growing competition, and economic uncertainties? To answer this, we have bifurcated into short-term strategies and long-term strategies, which we will be getting into further.
Moving on, at Axe Global, we have identified 5 major reasons behind VinFast success, beginning with government incentives, which encourage EV adoption, vertical integration, which will lead to an estimated vehicle production capacity of 150,000 plus by 2025. Also, its local manufacturing has created 7,000 plus jobs in the US plant and has contributed to the Vietnamese economy. Moving on, we have incorporated a 360-degree assessment of major EV players, considering factors such as market penetration, technological advancements, pricing strategies, and performance capabilities. By benchmarking these key attributes, we can identify opportunities to elevate VinFast's position in the market and bolster its brand reputation altogether. Here we can see that the global electric vehicle market has witnessed a significant surge, expanding at a 13.8% CAGR and experiencing a 3-fold increase in sales in key markets. While VinFast has made significant strides in the EV market, it still continues to face several challenges. Its reliance on the Chinese components exposes it to supply chain risk and potential costs. Additionally, international users also face problems, and which are mentioned on the slide right now. To mitigate these challenges, Axe Global has developed a 2-fold strategy. A is our priority strategy, where Asian corporations would be crucial. This would facilitate the establishment of a regional supply chain for EV suppliers and reduce the dependence on distant sources. And B are the supportive strategies to further strengthen these efforts. In this, VinFast should incentivize domestic production and actively facilitate technology transfer from foreign partners, and this would also empower local capabilities.
So starting off with the strategy on how VinFast can expand into the US market. Upon preliminary research, we came onto the conclusion that the perception of the VinFast cars is too negative for the Vin Group to make any further investment in the market at this point. So the strategy that we came up with was the expansion of Zan SM into the United States. Now, Zan SM is one of the subsidiaries of Vin Group and a platform for ride-hailing services, which uses 100% renewable energy and is already operating in countries like Vietnam and Laos. It uses the vehicle fleets of VinFast itself, which means that the growth of Zan SM is directly proportional to the goodwill of VinFast as a brand name, and it will only boost the credibility of the vehicles of VinFast. For example, in the case of India as well, the Tata Charbus EV is a public transport catering to the lowermost section of the society, but still the goodwill carry forward to its other segments as well. With the growth of the EV infra in the states, Zan SM can prove to be an actual industry deal breaker with an edge over all its competitors who are trying to be green with their fleets, while Zan SM is someone who has already achieved it. And considering the risk of expanding into an entirely new market, we'll mitigate it by launching it into the densely populated areas, which will help us with the state-level grants, as well as the EV tax credits as a boost.
There used to be an adage, win on a Sunday, sell on a Monday. Now, who does not like the movie Ford versus Ferrari? Everyone does. Underneath all the high-speed endurance races, it tells us the story of a struggling company that manages to turn it around just by telling the tale of a win. That's how important it is for VinFast in this case to maintain a strong brand image. If VinFast launches a team for e-Formula racing, they would be the first automobile manufacturer from Vietnam to do so, potentially inspiring a new generation of racing cars and engineers in the country. Other than this, the immense viewership and advertisement will help VinFast reshape its market positioning with respect to the Western nations. There are multiple benefits to VinFast getting featured in e-Formula racing, like affordable entry fees, co-branding, and budget cap. To better help you understand the vision, let me introduce you to Luke Skywalker. Luke is one of the greatest Jedi the galaxy has ever seen, but he still watches e-Formula racing in his free time. He supports the adoption of green energy and loves the adrenaline rush from watching races. Soon he's going to return to Earth and start attending college. He's looking to buy a car that can help him cover the long commute every day. VinFast is the choice for him because it's economical and has recently started competing in the e-Formula racing, making it trendy. Moving on, if we want to reach the zenith in your life, what's better than buying a premium high-end luxury sedan which is powered by EV? Now, there is a very specific way in which we want to position VinFast Zenith in the highly competitive market of EV. One of the core reasons why we even want to launch such a high-end sedan is to address the customer perception surrounding VinFast. If VinFast is associated with class and luxury, only then can it be popular enough to be brought in mature global markets. At the same time, it will help us target a completely new customer base, which has been left relatively untouched so far. What can be the expectations from this new sedan? Exceptional performance, elegant design, and cutting-edge technology, all culminating in a sense of ultimate comfort and EV-backed innovation. Now, you all must be aware of Harvey Specter from Suits. Mr. Specter's daily life is characterized by opulent surroundings, including towering skyscrapers and high-end automobiles. He's in his mid-40s, high income, and a corporate lawyer by occupation. VinFast Zenith is the perfect car for him because it elevates his status, enhances his comfort, and seamlessly integrates into the fast-paced corporate lifestyle.
After evaluating the viability of the various VinFast models, we concluded that the primary issues contributing to the company's negative image were A, a subpar driving experience, and B, the technological shortcomings. For example, when a person steps into the EV, it is not very obvious as to which is the power button to kickstart it. Now, this may seem to be a very negligible issue, but it was something that was flagged by a lot of consumers. Now, we could suggest some extremely complex solutions and impractical methods that cannot really be implemented, or we could show you what can be done internally. So now to solve these internal issues, the company needs to categorize the changes into three segments, starting with the refinement of the driving dynamics through turning suspension and enhancing acceleration, and ending with the technological changes like refinement of the chimes and improvement of ADS performance. When Axe Global analyzed the different models of VinFast on certain parameters, we observed that there is a need to discontinue the VF6 and rather focusing our energy on VF7 itself, which will help to streamline operations as well as the product lineup, considering that the shared features might be leading to the market confusion. For example, in the case of the brand Apple as well, iPhone 13 and iPhone 14 had no visible differences in the design or model, which led to a small fraction of their audience shifting to other premium brands.
Hi, I'm so sorry. Actually, there's Diwali in India, so there's a little issue with the camera. I'll just start with the slide. So through the game-changing battery as a service solution, we at Axe Global aim to build a future where electric vehicles are just as convenient as gasoline-powered cars. Now imagine this, you're on a long road trip in your electric vehicle and your battery is running super low. You pull into a sleek modern station and in a matter of minutes, your car is fully charged and ready to go. Let's see a breakdown of how it works. Think of it as a battery subscription service. VinFast owns the batteries and leases them to customers. This innovative model allows VinFast to optimize battery utilization. It's like subscribing to a phone plan, but for your car's battery, where loyalty programs are also offered to frequent users. By deploying battery swap facilities in key locations with high traffic, easy access for EV owners is ensured. Standardized batteries and a centralized battery management system optimizes operations and reduces maintenance costs. A user-friendly app allows customers to easily find the nearest swap station, access advanced services, and track their battery usage. The battery swap process minimizes wait times, making electric vehicle ownership even more of a breeze. The subscription model reduces upfront costs for customers. Moreover, the combination of subscription fees coupled with battery swap fees and potential revenue from battery repurposing ensures a stable revenue stream. As the number of battery swap stations and customers grows, VinFast can definitely benefit from the economies of scale, further boosting profitability. Next, we move on to the risk matrix. This matrix considers both the probability and impact of each risk, allowing for a prioritized approach to risk management. The framework identifies 5 key areas of risks associated with the proposed strategies: high initial investment and technological challenges for VinFast Zenith. Regulatory hurdles may be observed when changing internal features and competition from established players in case of ZAN SM. The next slide presents a 5-year projected timeline for VinFast, highlighting the critical years and initiatives that will shape the company's growth trajectory. First year is crucial for laying the foundation for VinFast's growth. Key initiatives include expanding the ZAN SM strategy in the US market and co-branding with Formula E Racing to enhance brand awareness. In the following year, the focus shifts more to product diversification with the launch of VinFast Zenith, a premium sedan, and adopting the battery swapping technology. Third year will be dedicated more to addressing internal problems and collaborating with domestic automobile manufacturers to streamline operations and strengthen supply chains. Lastly, the fourth and fifth year focus on localizing manufacturing units and addressing geopolitical issues.
Coming on to the financial viability of the strategies proposed for VinFast, we have projected to achieve a break-even by 2027. The growth in gross profit can be assumed to be about 766.51 million at the end of 4 years, which is by 2028. Expected increase in operating income is supposed to be 31.72%. We have also listed down some of the project KPIs that include research and development spending as a percentage of revenue, cycle time, and foreign direct investment. That's it from our side. Thanks a lot for providing us with the opportunity to present our solution. Now we are open to questions.
Thank you so much. I don't know if anyone here has a question. Perfect.
Happy Diwali and
Thank you.
Happy Diwali to you too. Happy Diwali, everyone.
So, thank you so much for presentation. My quick question. So what's your major market? Is it US or Southeast Asia?
So primarily what we have tried to do is we have not tried to focus on any specific market. We have devised different strategies for different markets. So if you could focus on our presentation, the ZAN SM slide is specifically for expansion in the United States, whereas the e-formula racing.
So what will be the share of United States market in your total revenue?
So in terms of the share of United States market in our total revenue, that is not something which we could, predict from beforehand, but it would definitely be more than 25%, since that is the country where we are expanding first, which is using the ZAN SM model. And yes, that would be more than 25%, definitely.
Thank you. So follow-up question regarding that. Maybe I misunderstood something, so please correct me if I'm wrong. So I thought that you proposed the battery swap stations, right? So I drive in, just someone comes, like takes this 100 kilogram battery out or like 300 kilogram battery out, puts new, and I drive out. So it assumes you will not use the network of Tesla chargers, right? So what's your plan for building the network charger?
So thanks a lot for the question first. So I'll explain the battery swap strategy point by point. What we're trying to do here is that after 2 to 3 years, there are maintenance breakdown due to which the battery stops working. Now, what we're trying to do is that the battery will be charged by the charger only. But what will happen is that once the battery stops working, it will be swapped. And for the swapping, there would be a small fees that would be included. So this would happen after a period of 2 to 3 years. The second point is that the subscription plan is basically on the number of swaps or the battery capacity that you're using. So there can be different customized models for different battery capacities. And once your battery stops working, you could use another battery. And for the duration for which you use the battery, there would be a subscription plan. So I hope that answers the question.
And to add to this, basically the utility that we're fulfilling here is the time utility, the time that it takes to charge the battery. And basically when a person drives it into an infrastructure wherein the batteries are charged. So basically we're fulfilling the time utility.
So we have on the line Alejandro Galindo to ask a question.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Very well. I wanted to ask you if you have a concrete plan or recommendation on how to improve quality perception, because that seems to be like one of the main criteria that people care about to purchase an EV, and that's one of the main barriers for this client.
So thanks a lot for the question, sir. So what we've tried to essentially do for the brand perception is, the first thing is launching our team in the e-formula racing league. So Push, if you could just move to that slide. What we're trying to do is that we all must have heard the story of Ford versus Ferrari. I referenced it in my speech as well. What they did was Ford launched a car in the Le Mans and tried to beat Ferrari to create the perception that Ford is a brand that is linked with success. Now that is something which we're trying to do with VinFast as well. Now why we have chosen e-formula racing specifically and not formula racing formally? The point is that VinFast is an EV company. So if we are launching a team in the EV segment of formula racing, what we'll do is we would be able to change the perception that VinFast is not a car which is associated with the middle class, or it is something which is economical, but rather something which would actually add some kind of class to what you are driving. And it would also give a perception of luxury. So this was our first strategy to change the brand perception. Now, Kush, if you could come to the second slide, which is the VinFast Zenith. Now, this would be diving into a completely different segment, which is the VinFast Zenith. It is basically an electrical sedan that would redefine luxury. It would obviously be priced on the luxury segment only. And this would change the perception that VinFast is only for the, you could say, for cheaper budgets, but rather something which could actually have class and which could actually add comfort. So that is why we have mentioned superior performance and design, technological innovation and prestige. This would be the two main expectations that we have by launching this premium sedan, targeting affluent individuals, especially people like Harvey Specter from Suits.
So we have time for one more question.
Right. Thank you very much. I just have a query because the car industry has a intensive competition in the world, right? So can you tell us a little bit more about your core competencies? Where would it be? Because comparing to China or to Europe or to US, VinFast is a newcomer, right? So how would you compete with the others? Please, thank you.
Sure. Thanks a lot for the question. So essentially what we'll be doing is that after launching VinFast Zenith and getting into e-Formula racing, which are our two main strategies, we would be able to compete with different continents and different classes through our different products. So the essential product offering of VinFast, that is something which would be competing with the middle class EV segments, which are operating across Southeast Asia, China specifically. And since we all know that China has a lot of brands which are producing extremely cheap EV vehicles, so that is something with whom we would be competing through the battery swap model by reducing costs and implementing ZAN-SM model in the US. The second thing is to compete with luxury brands. Obviously, the VinFast Zenith would be there. And the essential features would be to change the brand perception through showing that it is something which is co-linked with luxury and it is built for luxury by implementing certain features which are again there in other brands as well. So that is why we have listed down the pain points, which is limited options, environmental concerns, and technological limitations that we would be targeting. In terms of competing with other EV brands, which are obviously operating in all the three segments, it is not something that EV is limited in any specific segment. What we would have to do is start with changing the brand perception, start with launching a team in e-Formula racing, start with solving the internal problems, discontinuing models which are not very relevant right now, and compete with different brands in different segments, all through the front side, you could say. Like there is no specific strategy as to whether we would be targeting different brands or different segments, but rather different strategies for different brands in different segments. I hope that was clear.
Yeah, and to add on to that as well.
Oh, sorry about that. We're going a bit over time, so thank you so much for your answers and thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Happy Diwali, and we're going to pass for our second team, which is Avinya, who's joining online.
Are you able to hear us? Hi, just to check, are you able to hear us and see the screen that we shared?
Yeah, we can see you and we can see the screen as well.
All right, yeah. First, sincere apologies for joining late. We got mixed up with the daylight savings, I guess. So really sorry for that. Can we get started?
Yeah, so you can start now.
All right, thanks. Good morning, everyone. We are Team Avinya, and we thank you for providing this opportunity to present our case. VinFast's ambition mirrors the spirit of every emerging market: bold, fast, and relentless. Emerging markets have shown time and again their ability to leapfrog into leadership. Just as China emerged as a tech powerhouse and India into a global service leader, Vietnam is emerging from an agrarian economy to becoming a global manufacturing powerhouse. With this backdrop, VinFast aims to redefine the global EV landscape. Their goal is not just to join the race, but to lead it. And we'll see how. We're going to start with the global EV market landscape, followed by company specifics, We'll jump on to the key challenges, the market opportunity, and also the key customer insight that we were able to gather. And we will present you with our strategy roadmap for each and every specific market for VinFast. And we'll end with the financial forecasting that will lead to path to profitability. Yeah, so we're going to start with the EV market overview. So the global EV market has seen remarkable growth, with the volumes increasing at a rate of 40% CAGR for the past 5 years. China, of course, leads with over half of the global sales, driven by strong manufacturing and government support. So, but also mature markets like the US and the Europe are also growing pretty fast. So it provides VinFast an opportunity to tap into high potential regions. So in the competitive landscape, Tesla has dominated so far, but BYD has been catching up really fast. And it shows how dynamic the market is, and agile players like VinFast can compete with the focus on affordability and quality also. So the battery supply is also dominated by Chinese players. But the good thing is the battery cost to vehicle cost ratio has been coming down progressively from 50% in 2016 to about 30% now, and then 20% again as is projected in 2025. So the market share of top, the number of charging stations are increasing as well, which is fueled by investments from the government and the other energy players also. So additionally, apart from the developed markets, emerging markets like India and ASEAN are also good for entry because of opportunities in 2 and 3 regions. So let's have a look at the company. So VinFast's value proposition combines quality, affordability, agility, and robust after-sales service. So the adaptability and agility is what sets us apart here. So the current strategy primarily includes focus on the high-growth markets, and also acquisition of top talent from other established automotive brands. So the primary challenges that we have are a poor customer perception in the US and a highly competitive market. In addition, the sales and general administration expenses have been pretty high. But recently they have been showing some signs of unstickiness, so it's a good thing. Coming on to the financial health, the cash burn rate is more than double the revenue. So the company is still paying finance, and there's no revenue financing. So finally, when we come to the strategic positioning, so this is where VinFast is located. It's right in between the mass and premium segment from a cost point of view. But from a scope point of view, I think we believe it needs to have more models in developed economies like US and Europe, so as to compete effectively with Tesla and BYD.
Now let's look at the market opportunities. There are 3 major highlights or strengths of VinFast. Number 1, VinFast has prior experience in the emerging market, which is a predominant strength. Number 2, there are government incentives across regions. This is reflecting through the favorable taxation policies across regions. Number 3, there is a tremendous growth potential across regions and various segments like 2, 3, and 4-wheelers. In terms of challenges and threats, number 1, there is a lot of push for local manufacturing, and it's also reflecting in the import tariffs, which is also increasing for various regions. And number 2, geopolitics, market fluctuations, and competition from domestic and international players. Number 3 here, the 4-wheeler sales has saturated or slowed down for many of the regions. This is also reflecting in the customer insights. For US, for example, there is 52% of skeptics, and there is also an increasing trend in the year-on-year change in preference of ICE over EVs. Now let's look at the market-specific challenges. For a country like US, which is pretty mature and has a increasing SUV or XUV EV sales, there is a very high competition, which is the challenge here, with bigger players like Tesla who owning more than 50% market share. Brand recognition and image play a very important role here. And import tariffs, of course, is the most important thing. And the next country, if you look at India, it's a growing economy, and there is a growing middle class segment, which is showing a good growth potential. And this is also reflecting in the increasing 3-wheeler EV sales in India. Almost 1 in every 3 EV sold in India is a 3-wheeler. And the challenges here in India are high initial cost and lack of charging infrastructure and the standardization in it, which is pulling the adoption down. Now we look at ASEAN countries. VinFast has a very strong brand recognition with close to 43% market share in the two-wheeler sales in Vietnam. And it's also the largest two-wheeler market by the way. And the challenges here are very low increase in the net units sold in terms of the four-wheeler units. And we also notice that the customers are asking for better financial support for the purchase of two-wheelers.
So now as we have understood the challenges, let's look at the opportunities. The key success of any business lies in understanding the market and responding accordingly. We recognize that developed regions such as the US and EU are more receptive of transitioning to electric vehicles due to their advanced infrastructure, their higher weightage, and supportive regulations. This is why the leading EV manufacturers like BYD, Tesla, and Volkswagen consider this as market push. To evaluate the attractiveness of various countries for EV adoption, we created a comprehensive table analyzing multiple factors such as geopolitical relations, infra readiness, government incentive and policies, etc. By assigning values to each factor, we determined that EU countries ranked highest in the attractiveness, followed by the US. This analysis provides valuable insight for our market entry strategies, and that enables us to prepare a detailed roadmap. As we were talking about the geopolitical relationship, as in the burning world, like many of the wars are going on, Vietnam still enjoys a very good geopolitical relation with most of the countries and have trade agreements with many of them. And this, along with the strategy of VinFast to invest in most countries, gives them a strategic advantage. Despite VinFast entry into the US market, we can see there are some key issues. To understand that these issues, we examined publicly available data and views from prominent influencers. Our analysis identified that key issues are like build quality issues, software issues, and the challenges with the product positioning and performance shortcomings. In response to that, we categorize the solution into quick fixes and the long-term approach. But this approach ensures that immediate issues are addressed while building a sustainable foundation for the future.
With that, let's shift our focus to from the developed markets to the emerging markets to explore VinFast's potential and what the potential they hold there. Starting with India, the world's most populous country and one of the fastest growing automobile markets globally. Despite its rapid growth, India remains a challenging market to penetrate. The EV four-wheeler market is still in its early stages, making it difficult to establish a strong foothold. However, VinFast's two-wheeler and three-wheeler offerings present a timely opportunity to enter the space. For the three-wheeler segment, we recommend entering the fleet market through partnership with ride-hailing aggregators and offering VinFast's V-Green infrastructure as a value add. In the two-wheeler segment, a joint venture with an established ICE player would help build initial brand recognition and trust. For the long term, we suggest a strategic entry into the four-wheeler segment by introducing niche EV products, such as reviving classic cars like Contessa and Ambassador in electric form, before gradually expanding the product lineup. Moving to ASEAN, where VinFast is already a recognized brand, there are several opportunities to strengthen this already existing customer loyalty by addressing key concerns. First, we need to expand V-Green in Vietnam by adding more scooter-specific charging stations in residential areas. Second, we need to offer financing options and incentives to make the switch to two-wheelers more affordable. Third, we need to introduce a buyback program to guarantee a good resale value and encouraging customers to stay within the VinFast family. Last but definitely not the least, establish partnership with aggregators such as Grab, FastGo, or Gojek to promote EV options. Additionally, providing charging credits or discounts to customers who choose to use these facilities, which can in turn support our personal EV sales. With that, let's move to the path to profitability.
So, our vision for VinFast's path to profitability hinges on following our multi-market, multi-product strategy, and also a key set of assumptions across revenue, cost, and market expansion. Firstly, on the revenue side, we're projecting a 27% year-on-year growth, followed by a recent recovery in revenue in 2023, driven by the efforts to improve brand perception and also strategic expansion into high potential markets, just like how VinFast entered the UAE market a couple of days back. So this continued aggressive growth assumes VinFast will be effectively able to capture the demand in the emerging markets. Secondly, on the cost side, with a razor focus on cost management, we estimate an immediate 30% reduction, and also we estimated through streamlining the upstream and the downstream activities in the value chain, which will drive the bulk sales through strategic partnership and alliances, and also which will translate into predictable demand so that supply chain costs can be optimized. This approach would stabilize the cost of goods sold, keeping it at a manageable 10% increase per year. This is contingent totally on the potential optimizations like increased local manufacturing also. Secondly, there's two positives that we want to bring to notice is we are observing signs of unstickiness in selling and general administration expenses, meaning our rising marketing and distribution costs are beginning to see yield efficiencies. And on the R&D costs, after peaking in 2022, there is a shift. There is a decrease in that, which reflects our focus on refining the technologies more capital efficiently. And finally, post 2028, we see a sales boost of 20% in the mature market when we do the brand revamping. And by rigorously following our tailored multi-market, multi-product strategy, combined with our focus on cost controls and addressing key customer challenges, we wish for VinFast to evolve into an ambitious EV, and from an ambitious EV entrant to a profitable global player. So we are Team Avinya, and we wish you a happy Diwali from India. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Avinya. Now the floor is open for questions.
Yeah, first, thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting. And I didn't considering the restriction that Vietnam has regarding foreign direct investment, how are you seeing that? If you can go deeper in that one, and because if you are going for a multi-product and multi-market strategy, at some point of growing, that's a natural step, investing abroad, and there is a restriction, and that probably is going to be a huge problem for the competitivity of the company at some point. So if you can give us some perspective in that one.
Sure. Just want to give, because of the room, we're not able to hear the question properly. The first point that you made was, can you please repeat that?
Should I repeat it? Yeah, I was asking about the restriction that Vietnam has regarding foreign direct investment. So if you are going for a strategy that goes in multi-product, multi-market, at some point of growing, it's natural to diversify the production. And considering the nearshoring and some other situations that are happening geopolitically, how are you seeing that one? If you can give us some perspective, and yeah, that perception of going vertical instead of horizontal, which is basically the competitivity will have an impact in that one. So yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much for the question. So yeah, there'll be restrictions moving forward when we probably expand our production. But however, VinFast has already started diversifying their production plants across the world. They, for example, recently they've already started tie-up in India with the state government, where they are investing 4,000 crores of Indian rupees for making a production plant already. So this is how we see their strategy to come up, where instead of producing from Vietnam for the world, they start expanding to produce in other countries. First, they've already started with India, and we expect this to only move forward and go to other countries as well.
Yeah, so talking about this, right?
Sorry to cut you. We have another question. Okay. I think we have 1 more minute. So could you, you can answer that question again. Yeah. You have more time. You can answer. Yeah.
Yes. So talking about their strength lies in the production and their time to go to market. They within by 2020 they don't have an EV portfolio, but by 2017 they don't have an EV portfolio, but by 2020 they launched 4 or 5 vehicles. So I think their fast-paced approach to go to the market is that is the key strength, their key strength, I would say. Yeah. So that is the strength that they have to play, and I think that can, and with increased production efficiency, they can be a profitable player in the EV market.
Okay, thank you, Team Avinya. We have one last question.
Right. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. You talk about your strategy will be multi-product, multi-market strategy, but this is, I think, it's very much ambitious, right? You need a lot of the resources and the capability to support this. So, what kind of value chain or supply chain, or resources or technology that will support your strategy in that case? Because Vietnam, as all know, that it's really a newcomer in this car manufacturing industry, right? You don't have brand, you don't have the battery or that sort of technology. You even don't have a market big enough to support your strategy on that. So can you explain a bit more about that, please? Thank you.
Definitely. So first of all, we'll just unpack this. So within a short period of time, Vietnam was able to, VinFast was able to come up with 10 to 12 EV models, right? So it covers from lower segment to the highest segment. And that's where they also try to enter the advanced markets where in the high segment. So our multi-product, multi-market strategy basically tries to optimize the customer related insights that we were able to gather about the EV market and kind of go with, say, in Europe, Northern Europe is mostly towards the high EV, high budget EV segment. So they will have to push more products towards that, and which they're already doing. And we just, our strategy is just to do a more optimization on that kind of product intake that is happening currently with market penetration insights, and then come up with with an optimized multi-product, multi-market strategy, which they're currently already doing. We just want them to push forward. And recently in UAE also, they had a launch, October 29, I think they launched in UAE market with top dealership partnerships as well. And they're looking for the high EV, high budget EV segments. So we just want them to push forward with that, but taking a look at the costs so that the demand can be made much more predictable. And also, we also see the inventory rising as well, and in the recent times. So how can they be more efficient in terms of managing costs so that it can allow them for their rapid market expansion that they're already doing? So that was our approach.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Avinya. I think we're really short on time, and we need to move to the next team. But thank you so much for joining in and taking out your time today, and wishing you all a very, very happy Diwali. Please enjoy yourselves.
Thank you so much. Wish you all a happy Diwali too. Thank you.
So now we have the next team presenting, which is OnsenTamaGO. They are joining us from the Asia Pacific University in Japan. So over to you guys.
Yeah, just, okay. I hope I'm audible. And I also quickly want to check, because this is hybrid, I want to ensure my team is audible. Could you guys just mic check real quick? Maybe a second or so.
Hello, test. Hello, test.
Hello, Nicole, that's perfect. All right. I just want to check the clicker too, the presentation slides.
We're just changing the slides here.
No, that's not our pitch deck, sorry. Okay, so picture this. Imagine standing at the starting line of a long and challenging race. It's a marathon. You have the right gear, you've prepped for a long time, and now all that you need is endurance and the right strategy. This, ladies and gentlemen, is exactly the crossroad at where VinFast stands today. And for that, I'd like you all to meet our racers today.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kat.
Hi, I'm Nicole. Hi, I'm Kiko.
Hello, I'm Asir.
And hello, everyone. I'm Ashmi. Together, it is obvious that we need to present to you that VinFast must be ahead of the race to be the best. We'll give you a picture of what is, what you want, what you could have, and what we finally suggest. Finally, having about a 40% revenue growth, a 70% average increase in net income, and a 45% return on investment. VinFast is a company that's established in Vietnam and is currently trying to go global and establish itself, basing itself on key strengths of innovations, after-sales services, a diverse product lineup. However, the challenges are the product perception, the quality, and the geopolitical differences, which is every company that's trying to go global these days. What VinFast wants is to become a global EV leader known for its quality, resonance, and the innovation. And finally, the markets that it's focusing on are the Western markets, the Southeast Asian and emerging markets, focusing especially on India, Philippines, Thailand, and they want to seek the channels through partnerships, celebrity endorsements, and also leverage the recent trends. So finally, what we would like to present to you today is our RACE race strategy, apt for the name, apt for the brand. So through reach, rebrand, accentuate, and establish, we're not only targeting on the profits of VinFast, but also catering to the people and planet at the core of the company. However, what do we talk about when we talk about racing? For reach and rebrand, we plan to achieve about a 50% compound annual growth rate in sales. Through accentuate, we plan to sustain our brand awareness, which will correlate to having $236 million in sales boost. Finally, through establishment, we will solidify our market position and capture almost a 10% market share in emerging markets such as India. However, we need to keep in mind that our competitors have things that we don't have currently, and industry leaders like BYD, Tesla, and NIO, they have niche segments they're already established. But what we have, and currently they are facing issues on, are strong after-sales support and a wide range of product offerings. However, Kat, don't you think we should explore what needs to be improved? And more importantly, what can be leveraged seeing VinFast market position today?
Of course. So VinFast firstly needs to improve on its quality perception issues in the Western market. At the same time, the rapid expansion across the globe may spread resources too thinly, something we might want to think about more. Lastly, we need to improve their management to increase our stagnant stock prices. To do that, VinFast has several opportunities they can leverage domestically, regionally, and globally. Domestically, their position in the Vingroup and Vingroup subsidiaries and government supports provide them increased resources. Regionally, the ASEAN environment has great accessibility and fewer competitors. Globally, with the ongoing trend of tax policy incentives, this is the best time for an EV company in the emerging markets. By improving on these issues and using these opportunities, VinFast will be well on its way to win this race. This can further be backed by our findings in the feasibility impact analysis. As you can see the circles in red on the graph, partnerships and expansion, rebranding for untapped markets, and getting endorsed by the right people are crucial. Now, over the common purchase values of eco-friendliness, tax and policy incentives, and global trends, who are our customers and what do they value? Let's take a look. VinFast has 4 key market demographics, all who have different pain points and values. Domestically, customers like V crave for cultural connection and a representation of their identity, while in the Southeast Asian market, people like Chantika prioritize convenience and accessibility in their daily lives above all. In India, brand name carries a lot of weight, as people like Avi needs familiarity and trust for a new brand entering their lives. In North America and Europe, working mothers like Amelia wants quality vehicles with luxurious features to suit her versatile lifestyle. Now, customer is king, and therefore customers like Amelia is the center of our first strategy, reach. The purpose of our reach rebrand strategy is to push VinFast to the top of the list for family-oriented vehicles in Western markets, targeted specifically for working mothers. Though through the key features of our strategy, we aim to rebrand VinFast vehicles to show their reliability using Japanese technology, make EVs more accessible through our EV introduction program, and highlight the vehicle's practicality, reliability, and versatility to suit everyone, especially working mothers. Let's take a look at the driving factors. Women are key decision makers at home, but not in EV purchases. With the future being electric and a growing interest in the female population on EVs, we see opportunity to reach into that untapped market. With our future forward vision, we cater to SDGs 5, 9, and 12, while also providing benefits for the people, planet, and profit through job generation, decreasing pollution through EV sales, and spiking short-term and long-term sales for the future. Nicole, can you guide us through how we'll accentuate this connection?
Of course, Kat. So with Accentuate, our purpose is to increase brand awareness locally and also highlight Vietnamese culture, which is engraved in VinFast company roots. The key features will include celebrity endorsement, strategic product placement, and engaging social media campaigns. At present, we have chosen the perfect candidate for celebrity endorsement, which is global Vietnamese stars, Hanif Pham. We also plan to feature VinFast in high-budget movies and do sponsorship in international racing events like F1. Finally, we will also leverage the power of social media to ensure our brand awareness continue to grow. Next, the benefit of our strategies is to first cater to the people. We want to intensify local pride and reinforce cultural connections by this means. Second, to the planet, we aim for sustainability appeal and bring a sense of cultural sustainability. And last, of course, the profit. We expect 15 to 20% growth driven by the increased emotional attachment. So Chico, having accentuated our speed in the race, how do we establish ourselves?
Yeah, sure, Nicole. So establishing market leadership in Southeast Asia and India indeed is a key to VinFast future growth and also aligns perfectly with our goal. Our strategy focuses on three parts. First, launching e-scooter to Southeast Asian market, which is worth to $955 million USD. We will launch affordable and stylish scooters which tailor for high-traffic urban area, particularly in Indonesia. And second, our collaboration with Tata Motors in India will help us to penetrate the Indian market by leveraging their decades of industry leadership in India while providing our expert in manufacturing EV and its charging station. And third, infrastructure development is crucial. We will focus on building charging station and offering accessible financing option, making EV adoption much easier. And finally, we promise to deliver on the three P's: people, planet, and profit, such as making more accessible mobility, a greener future, and tremendous growth potential. While of course, we still align with SDG goal. And then Asher, can you quickly check if our financial impact can will us to the future?
That sounds great, Chico. So now let me wheel you through the financials as expected from our RACE strategy. In the year 2028, we're expecting to have a 45% return on investment and 40% revenue growth. What truly distinguishes our plan is the exponential growth in the brand awareness. It is expected in the year 2029 that our brand recognition exceeds by 50% of our population. There is a true positive relationship between brand awareness and net income. As now we have the value of 89%, so this means that having more customers trusting and knowing our product, our net income increases significantly. Our plan goes beyond expanding sales. With a true investment of $105 million, we're not aiming for short-term success, but aiming for long-term leadership in the most promising regions. If all that sounds good, let me make it better by telling you how we're going to implement the RACE strategy. First, we have reach. So we will focus on the long-term strategy, starting by planning and research in the market. Then we have accentuate, because we're going to rely on the market trends. It's going to be short-term. So focus on the short-term, on the user-generated content. And our last part of our strategy, which is establishment, we're going to focus on both short-term and long-term. For the short term, we'll focus on the market research and testing to penetrate the local and the global market. For the long term, we're going to focus on the partnerships, long-term partnerships such as with Tata Motors. And also, we're going to increase product offerings. So Ashmi, what potential obstacles can slow us down and how we're going to plan to handle them?
Thank you, Asher. The financials and the implementation plan sure does make me feel better about going ahead with the possible risks that we might have to mitigate. So like any other emerging market, the risks might include a political instability, regulatory hurdles, such as in markets like India, the quality perception issues, which is very prevalent right now for VinFast in the Western market, the infrastructure challenges for EV, and the competitive response, as well as the financial risk and ROI uncertainty that accompanies any other volatile sector. For mitigation, we're planning on maintaining the government partnerships, diversifying our product locations, leveraging and learning from Tata's global expertise, enhancing our after-sales services, something that VinFast already has a very strong reputation for. We also want to collaborate on infrastructure, differentiate ourselves in a very competitive market via our key partnerships, and also remembering to always start with small-scale projects, never losing track of our KPIs. With all that, we are reaching the end of our race, and we'd leave it up to you to decide if our strategy was specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and timely. As we took you through VinFast's core competencies and its product line, partnerships between countries, and using our unique Vietnamese origins to fulfill the gap in the competitors' demographic market. We plan to have a sustained growth from 2025 to beyond 2028, because this is an urgency plan and we're tackling that. But we have a lot of tasks to do. We have to reach, accentuate, and establish, finally having increased profitability to about a 40% revenue growth, a 10% annual increase in brand awareness, which is crucial for VinFast at this stage, as well as market leadership by capturing a 10% market share in emerging markets such as India. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you had a smooth ride that was not too bumpy. We're near the end of our race. Thank you so much for hopping along. That's it for our time today.
Thank you so much for your presentation. We have a couple of questions. We have one online. So Mehmet, if you can unmute yourself, please.
Yes, I think that worked. Thank you for the presentation. One question I have is about localization. How would you manage that for different markets? Would there be different production centers producing? And if so, how would you finance the capital investments on that end?
Thank you for your insightful question, Mehmet. To deal with that, our presentation, actually, if you notice the markets, we are tackling markets that VinFast already has a production or assembly line in, or they're planning future expansion. So that's already in their strategy. So that's how in India, for example, they set up a production plan in the plant in Tamil Nadu. In Thailand, they're already starting that, partnerships and everything. So we're good to go on that aspect of it. We haven't really approached a market where they aren't already manufacturing yet, or they plan on. So we plan on doing that. But do our racers online have some insight to add on to that?
Yes, I would love to add that. So in addition to what Ashmi said about localization being in markets we're already in. So for example, in Indonesia, VinFast already has or is recently planning to create a factory in Subang, West Java. So all we are doing is highlighting our different product offerings to suit the needs for specific markets. For example, in Indonesia, more people use motorbikes than cars. So we would highlight VinFast e-scooters there and produce more e-scooters than EVs there.
Thank you so much for your answers. So we have another question here.
So two questions. First one, what's the split between EV cars and EV scooters by 2030?
I'm sorry.
What's the split in revenue by EV cars and EV scooters by 2030?
So by 2030, of course, in markets such as United States, we're focusing more on cars because no one really drives scooters here. That's going to be about 70%, and the EV scooters are going to be 30% because markets such as Indonesia are slow to catch up. And also we'll have less revenue there as compared to the United States because we're selling costlier cars. Would you guys like to add some insight onto that, or are we good?
I think you.
I got answered. The follow-up question then. Okay, so this is the substantial share of your revenue coming from scooters, right? So how your total cost of ownership or total value of ownership for B2B compares to regular scooters? Because the market is established, these fixed shops are very cheap,
and fuel is not that expensive. There are not so many charging stations. So how do you compare the total cost of ownership?
So I think we have regional Indonesians with us on the team. Would you guys like to add on to that? Thank you, Kat.
Yes, of course. So first of all, the total cost of ownership will be largely supported by our plan to develop infrastructure. So although fuel is not that expensive in Indonesia, but the government is actively trying to promote the usage of EVs through tax-free benefits for EVs, both e-scooters and cars, as well as giving them the opportunity to. So in Indonesia, there is a policy called the odd-even policy. And EV cars are exempt from that. EV in general are exempt from that policy. Therefore, this could also reduce their total cost of ownership dramatically. Furthermore, in addition to that, we believe that as the industry grows, it will become cheaper and cheaper for e-scooters to be produced and therefore e-scooters to own. So in the long run, we believe that the total cost of ownership of an e-scooter will be just about the same or even lower than owning a motorbike.
Yeah, to add on to that insight, actually, our finance guy here, Asir, we did a pessimistic, optimistic, and a realistic analysis. So based on the realistic analysis, we sort of focused on the markets that we surely would have a profit in, or going forward, we do see potential prospects. So I hope that adds some insight to your question. Thank you so much.
So this is the last question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If you can go deeper in, because you have been talking about partnerships. What does that mean? I mean, what's the business model with the partners, how that works, and how that will affect the revenue or the income of the company?
That's great. Thank you so much. Partnerships are in the third stage of the race strategy, which comes under establishment. Our key partnership that we're currently seeking in the Indian market is with Tata. I'm sure you've all here sitting in the room heard about Tata. So for the Indian market, this is actually the key time for an Asian company to enter because of obvious political hurdles with China. So VinFast might actually leverage that opportunity to enter the Indian market. And with the Indian market, the classic example of a car-based partnership would be Maruti Suzuki in the past. It's worked successfully for India. I know every Indian here has owned or pre-owned a Maruti Suzuki. So that's how we want to build VinFast and Tata's partnership going ahead in the future. And as far as the financials are concerned, 50% of what our allocation is goes into the partnerships, which is the third part of establishment. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So moving forward, I'll present the AnTa's insights. I think the 4 of your team members are currently here and 1 is joining online, right? So who's joining online? Sorry, Valentina. So is Valentina online? It's on the back. It's on the back. It's on. Yes, it's team number 3. I didn't use either, but I think for you, because there's the 4 of you are here.
It's hi.
Hi.
Hi. Do you hear me? Hi.
Yes, Vale. Yes, Vale.
Yes, it's okay. Are we waiting for a judge?
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Before we begin, we would like to introduce ourselves. We're here with David, Maria Paula, Andres, and myself, Camila. We came here all the way from Colombia, and we're very excited to be here with you today. We worked very hard on this presentation, and we hope you enjoy it as much as we did the process. So without further ado, David, the floor is all yours.
Transportation transforms lives, opening doors to work, education, and social opportunities. In emerging markets, it holds the power to break down barriers and ignite economic growth. VinFast, with its sustainable and innovative solution, can be a catalyst for this change, empowering communities, enhancing mobility, and elevating living standards. Hello, everyone. We are AnTa's Insight, Group 4, and we are here because we believe that VinFast can lead this energetic transition in the industry.
Okay, so to achieve this, it is necessary to consider that VinFast EV sales have experienced significant domestic growth, but the company still struggles with its global expansion, particularly in highly developed markets. High operational costs and overall product quality issues have hurt the company's reputation and profitability in these markets. However, by shifting its focus into other emerging markets such as Southeast Asia and Latin America, VinFast can capitalize on the growing demand for affordable electric vehicles. And their strategy will involve repositioning the product, focusing on its quality, expanding charging infrastructure, and offering a competitively priced EV option to establish a strong foothold in these areas. VinFast is a Vietnamese company that aims to become a global leader in smart electric vehicles. The market has multiple emerge. However, the industry still struggles with challenges such as declining car sales and overall industry stagnation. As part of Vietnam's largest conglomerate, VinFast aims to increase its presence and credibility with their cars and investing in charging infrastructure. However, its expansion in 2022 into the US, Canada, and Europe has left the company with significant financial losses and negative reviews regarding product quality and launch timing.
The electric vehicle market is highly concentrated by Tesla and BYD, who together control nearly 40% of the market share. However, the sales growth has started to slow down due to several factors. First, the average price of an electric vehicle in the United States is around $60,000, making it inaccessible for many customers, even with subsidies. Additionally, the charging infrastructure remains insufficient. 1/3 of the buyers don't have home chargers, and the pooling station ability is limited. This, along with the perception that EVs are a complement rather than a full replacement for gasoline vehicles, has slowed the adoption. And on the other hand, in markets like US and Southeast Asia, they prioritize price and quality. Therefore, to compete in this demanding market, improving product quality, offering more competitive pricing, and building a strong ecosystem for EV implementation will be key.
As Maripara was saying, in terms of quality, consumers in the saturated markets demand 3 features: a refined infotainment system, adaptive driving models, and an advanced driver assistance. However, VinFast has received negative reviews concerning quality issues, all related to technology. This is shown in the financial situation of the company, where in 2022, it started expanding internationally and started reporting significant financial losses. While in 2021, only focusing on the Vietnamese market, VinFast already faced different challenges. However, these became even worse as it moved into a more international context in 2022. VinFast has been unable to deliver a high-quality product that can effectively compete in the saturated markets such as the US, Europe, and Canada, failing to meet the consumer demands, but also failing to cover the costs of the expansion. Besides, in 2023, the company showed some improvement in its financial situation. The international expansion still remains a challenge for the company in 2 terms. First, in its ability to create profit, but also with its ability to create a high-quality product that meets the needs of the sophisticated markets. Although developed markets show significant opportunities, emerging markets have a greater potential. Countries such as Mexico, India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia show expected growth sales in electric vehicles that in some cases triple US projections. These markets highlight 2 key needs that the lead competitors have not yet met. First, the electric vehicles that are affordable and good quality. And second, building charging infrastructure, taking advantage of this country's low cost in electricity, that in some cases is between 2 to 4 times lower than in developed markets.
Our strategy addresses the already mentioned problems and opportunities through a 3-phase plan. Firstly, given the competitive challenges in the US EV market, the company will pivot by reallocating resources. The goal is to target a new niche of middle-income consumers in emerging markets with strong EV growth potential and where energy cost is cheap. These consumers are interested in sustainable transportation with essential functionalities over luxury features, but face affordability and infrastructure challenges.
To meet these needs, the company will develop a new product tailored for this underexploited segment. Second, with a cost-effective EV product line developed, the company will capitalize the opportunities mentioned by David in Southeast Asian emerging markets, such as India, Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia. Third, similar to Southeast Asia, Latin America presents an opportunity to tap into growing demand for electric vehicles, with Mexico as a manufacturing and distribution hub for the region. Now, the first phase of the strategy focuses on reducing R&D and production costs in the US EV market by reallocating those resources to produce a new line of high-quality, affordable electric vehicles. To meet this objective, the company will redesign 3 of VinFast's most popular and smaller models, which you can see on screen, and 3 main changes will be made to these models. First, the company will switch from lithium to sodium-based batteries. These batteries will solve many of the customer complaints since they experience less degradation. Also, these batteries can reduce the cost of the cars by up to 30% and can lower the risks of supply chain disruptions. Second, the company will get rid of non-essential features of the cars, such as HUD and ADAS. And third, the company will only produce these cars in 4 colors, which were proven to be the most desirable by 2024, and will use stable, durable, but less expensive materials.
As seen with Camila, by the end of phase 1, we will have a cost-effective electric vehicle aimed to penetrate the Southeast Asian markets. In this part of the phase, we will focus on entering India, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Thailand by also pioneering the creation of electric vehicle charging stations. In addition to this, placement and promotion will be key. However, the main focus in this part will be the price strategy. We will focus on creating a product between $20,000 to $25,000, approximately 35% lower than our competitors. This will enhance the capacity of the consumer to acquire products. Nowadays, Asian countries lack on electric vehicle adoption. However, VinFast has the perfect opportunity to supply this need. In phase 3, after successfully entering the Southeast Asian markets, expanding to Mexico is a great opportunity to both grow business and scale production, leveraging on Mexico's growing demand for affordable electric vehicles and its prime position as the largest car manufacturer in the region. This strategy seeks to both make strong partnerships with local companies, establishing a local supply chain and assembly plant to produce electric affordable vehicles that compete in price with the most popular gas vehicles in the region. Marketing strategy should be key and should focus long-term savings for customers while partnering with local banks for flexible financing options. Finally, installing infrastructure, capitalizing on VinFast capabilities and expertise shown in previous markets, like Andres said, will be very important for this strategy. With this, VinFast aims to capture growing demand for sustainable transportation, and it will enable the expansion across different Latin American markets.
VinFast's strategy implementation program spans 3 phases over 10 years. In the first 3 years during the phase 1, VinFast will redesign and produce a product tailored to the identified niche. In the phase 2, in the following 4 years, VinFast will expand into Southeast Asia. Finally, in the last 3 years, VinFast will begin the phase 3, entering the Latin American markets and focusing on building a strong regional presence.
Lastly, we've conducted a risk analysis and we have identified 3 different risks. First, there is a low risk of increasing competition in the US due to copies in our affordable model. This can be mitigated by building a strong brand identity, but also by focusing on quality, durability, and consumer service. Second, there is a medium risk of increased geopolitical tensions between Vietnam and the US. This can be mitigated by staying adaptable to regulatory changes, but also by strengthening ties with the local suppliers. Third, there is a high risk of losing market share in the saturated markets. This can be mitigated by staying and maintaining a low presence in these markets, but also by targeting the underserved segments only.
We're confident that with our strategy, VinFast has the perfect opportunity to create value for the company while becoming a global pioneer in the energetic transition, empowering communities, enhancing mobility, and elevating living standards for emerging economies. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I don't know if there's any, I think we have one question online. So Mehmet, if you want to open the microphone, I'll go with you after Mehmet. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. One quick question. In your phase 1 implementation, you cited reducing R&D while also developing your product, which I wanted to hear how to reconcile that. Also, you made a nice assessment of why the perception of the brand was bad, and I think that calls for some R&D expenditure as well. So I wanted to tie those with the reducing R&D expenditure. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, maybe to clarify better, the reduction of R&D will be in the US EV market. So we will reduce a majority of the costs that are being invested in the US market, and those costs will be invested now in Southeast Asia, in Vietnam, and for example, some of those costs and savings can be used to further R&D, but not in the US market, but to target Southeast Asian markets or emerging markets, for example, in Latin America.
Thank you.
If I can note there, it's also important to note that VinFast currently wants to produce cars that compete with Tesla in the market with smart electric vehicles, with many features that cost a lot of money and that many customers expect in markets like the US. However, in the niche that we are meant to focus, which is Southeast Asia and Latin America, we want to focus on product quality instead of all these gadgets that increase the cost and the cost of.
Yes, of course, and this will, of course, improve the image of the company. Thank you, Ale.
So we have another question here.
Thank you for your presentation. Another of the team or two of the other teams mentioned a major share of the market or the production in scooters and motorcycles. I didn't hear that mentioned. So how is scooters and motorcycles play into your plan?
Firstly, we're not focused on electric scooters since we've already understand that VinFast has significant financial losses due to its international expansion. And these losses have occurred mainly with the electric vehicles, and electric vehicles are actually the principal character of the company in these markets. So we decided not to focus on the electric scooters since they really don't have a projection that can benefit the company to gain the financial standard and to not lose money anymore. So we are focusing on the electric vehicles only.
Okay, thank you.
Nonetheless, it's a very, very attractive market, and I think we should include that as a next step of our three-phase strategy, because that's also future of mobility, and VinFast is already playing an important part, so we could include it. But first, we need to address the main problem that VinFast is having and the great losses that is having because of the production and expansion in developed markets.
Well, I do think it's a great opportunity. Southeast Asia is dominated by scooters. Colombia, Latin America after the pandemic is dominated by scooters, but it has its own challenges.
Okay, thank you.
So we have time for one more question. Oh, sorry.
Thank you for your presentation. Now I see that you pointed out as a medium risk the geopolitical tension with the United States. However, within the Southeast Asian market itself, there's a geopolitical tension within the markets you're trying to penetrate because of territorial disputes in South China Sea. If things escalate in those disputes, how would you mitigate that?
Thank you for the question. I think it's important that our analysis was focused on mainly some partnerships and trade agreements that these Asian countries share. For example, ASEAN, it's a trade agreement that makes it easy for entering to these markets. It's also very important not to exclude these geopolitical tensions, but mainly we diversify in the Southeast Asian market, showing not only one country but different countries, mainly to address this risk. So if we only move to India or to Indonesia, we would have a higher risk of not being able to enter these markets. That's how the diversification in different countries makes it less riskier for VinFast. Thank you very much.
I would like to add something very quickly, and it's that part of our strategy is to build brand identity. And by brand identity, we don't only mean with the consumers, but also with the governments. So as VinFast, as Vietnam is part of the Asian Trade Agreement, as David was saying, we're looking forward to help with the adoption of electric charging stations. So we will not only just sell cars, but we will also help and benefit the governments with the transition of energy. So just in case the geopolitical problems increase, we're looking forward to strengthening ties with the governments, but also with the local suppliers.
So thank you so much for your presentation.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
Just a small reminder, if anyone has or haven't got lunch, if they're outside, if you want to eat something, so please feel free to walk out, take the lunch, and then come back. Also, I don't know if the people from the pitch competition, if they're here, they want to do like an interview outside. So if you have the time, please also do that. And now I would like to introduce the RedBricks solutions.
Make it full screen if it's possible.
I don't think so.
Just Hello, everyone. My name is Wade Garrison, and we are Team RedBricks Solutions. We're excited to be here today and talk you through our plans to improve VinFast profitability in both the short term and the long term. So VinFast is facing an array of challenges when it comes to being profitable. It's launched an aggressive global expansion campaign. Its rollout in the US has been plagued by concerns about product quality and negative perceptions on its customer service. Within Vietnam, there are strict regulations about the transfer of capital overseas. And the rise of economic nationalism in the United States and Europe has led to increasing tariffs and more protectionist policies, raising the barriers to entry. To combat these headwinds, we have 4 recommendations. Drive aggressive expansion across all regions in Vietnam, refocus our sales in ASEAN and India with a lens toward product diversification. In the United States, streamline down to a single electric vehicle model aimed at an underserved market. And in the EU, restructure our strategy to meet the opportunity generated by increasing demand and a reduction in tariffs. To inform these recommendations, we completed a SWOT and financial analysis. One of the major strengths we saw was that VinFast is very flexible operationally with products that can compete on price leadership across multiple markets. When this is paired up with the exploding demand for electric vehicles globally, this could be a powerful force in VinFast's favor. On the weakness and threat side, while we did evaluate the threat posed by other EV companies, the biggest weakness we identified was in the financials. VinFast has been embarking on a major manufacturing capacity expansion capital investment plan, and too much of that capacity is sitting unused. So for our recommendations, we really want to focus on increasing the number of units sold to get volume and create economies of scale.
So our first recommendation, driving aggressive expansion across all regions in Vietnam. Per the case, VinFast only has 5 showrooms for a country with a population of 100 million people with a growing middle class. A key action we want to do is increase the number of showrooms to create a wider presence and increase our brand visibility. We also want to increase the charging network and start charging the customers that use that network for the charging to increase revenue. We also want to re-energize our e-scooter and e-bike core business. All these things will have impacts to revenue in the short term, but in the long term, we also want to establish Vietnam as the core research and development hub for components manufacturing, insourcing some of that reliance on Chinese manufacturing, and overall become a leader in R&D. I'm going to pass it off to my colleague May now to talk about our strategy for the United States.
Thank you. So we know that the U.S. Market right now, we have about 1.4 million in 2024 projected growth, and then we're looking at up to 2.3 million unit sales by 2029. That's approximately 10.49% growth in CAGRs. When with that, Tesla really own the market at more than 50%, really making them synonymous for EV. So how do we want to recapture that from them? Well, we wanted to start with the estimated market segment of our market under the 30K market. So we know that in 2023, 1.2 million of EV cars were sold. And out of that, 1/3 of it were used. And according to a recurrent price index, those used cars were priced at under 25K. And then if we were to look at any car shopper target for new vehicle, we see that a lot of people, at least 47% have said that if they were able, if the price is less than 35K, they're willing to make the switch to EV, which means there's a lot of untapped potential there. And then if you were to look at the third items on the list, you see that this is the EV starting price for the brand that we have right now. We have Hyundai and Ford and Tesla. Those are good brands, and Nissan is on theirs and so forth. But what we see is VinFast is very prevalent in the untapped market of the less than 35K. We have the EV3, EV5, and EV6. And that's great. Can you go to the next page? But what does that mean? Well, for us, for the short term, we want to focus on discontinuing all other models and just focus on the EV6. And the reason why we do that is if we were to look at the battery cost against total cost, the EV6 is the most effective. And if we were to assume that the battery costs represent 1/3 of the cost, making up just 7% of the actual profit, we know that the EV6 have the best cost profile to leverage and allow us to really capture that $8 billion in demand. So what does this mean, and why would we want to just focus on the EV6? Well, the segment itself have less competition. With Nissan, we might have BYD, but that's not in the US yet. So if we're focusing on the US, this is where we want to be. And by focusing on just one model, we know we can improve the efficiency of the of R&D, so that way we can work on our R&D, the marketing distributing effort on that single model. So that's able to just leverage, and instead of having 8-10 different models, now you're just focusing on one and being able to fix just the quality issue of one, focusing on one, making and driving that home. In the long term, what do we want to do? So in the long term, we wanted to drive green. We want to spend smart. We want to make sure that this is synonymous with eco-friendly. And how we do that is by working with our social media targets. So I think earlier this year, we know that a mega influencer actually credit for bankrupting Fisker because they said it was the most unreliable and worst call ever driven. So we know that this segment is really the social media segment is really important to the overall health of EV, especially innovators and so forth, because it clues them in on what the customer want as well as what investor want. So I think that this is the best solution of how VinFast are able to move from losing margin into a path of profitability. So I'll give that to
Perfect. Thank you, May. We've talked about our primary markets. Those are Vietnam and US. Coming to ASEAN and India, we're talking about the strategy of product diversification. I think an important question to ask is, why ASEAN and India? It's a booming economic region. Over 700 million people in ASEAN countries, over 1.4 billion population in India, and all of that is untapped in terms of the product diversification that we're talking about. And essentially, the ask is to move towards alternative revenue streams, which will include e-scooters and public parking. partnerships with governments. So honing on the first one, we are going to double down on introducing EV scooters and EV bikes in ASEAN and India. So a measure that we've used to actually verify, whether this would work is the TCI, which is a traffic congestion index. The TCI talks about how in urban centers like Hyderabad, Mumbai, Bangkok, Jakarta, how it's unfeasible to travel on maybe cars. And due to the urban challenges, infrastructure challenges, and most importantly, the environmental concerns, a lot of the governments are trying to offer subsidies and rebates for alternative modes such as the EV scooters. The plan is to introduce them and double down. Secondly, moving forward, I think partnering with governments on public EV structure is the second proposition. Moving towards environmental concerns, a lot of the governments, especially India and Indonesia, are doubling down on investing in EV structure, for example, e-buses, e-trams and stuff. So on that, we're proposing that we become the B2B choice of partner. And, as we'll be able to utilize our idle capacities to become a constant source of revenue. And, that will drive a virtuous cycle of growth, leading to further revenue contracts with the governments and driving alternate sources. Moving forward, in the ASEAN and India, we would recommend commercializing charging stations and battery packs. Even though we've incurred high capital costs and we want to market free charging, I think this is something where we could really drive revenue sources. As you can see on the graph, market insight shows that CSR is projected to grow in 2028, and based on estimated market share capture by 5% in the early years up to 15% in the later years, we can project up to additional 17 million in revenue. What are the key actions that we're informing here? Focus on commercializing charging stations and investing in charging infrastructure in Southeast Asia. Build partnership with companies like Tata to implement charging structures. And finally, with a focus on Southeast Asia on e-bikes and scooters, tying in with the first strategy, introduce and build battery swap stations. Over to my colleague Indri to walk through the final recommendation.
Thank you, Roshan. So our next market and our next and last recommendation is focusing on another major market, which is the European market. In the EU, actually, this is a huge market with a huge potential where we propose for VinFast to continue with the same strategy we are proposing for the US. So continuing with the EV6 model solely, this production. And by doing this, we can capitalize even more on the economies of scale, and we can capture that underserved market under the $35,000 for EV cars. As you can see on the left table, we can see the top selling cars in Europe, which are ruled by Tesla, Volkswagen, and Skoda. And VinFast can really serve this undertapped market. Although they have a low range, 248 miles only, still we think that this is not a major risk in Europe, because most of the cities in Europe are really compact, and we are aiming for daily drivers. So, and the infrastructure is well developed in Europe. Another big recommendation for going into Europe is because there is a big opportunity that Vietnam has, which is the trade agreement that they have between Vietnam and EU. With this agreement, by 2030, there will be eliminated all the tariffs related with the EV. So this will give them a really big cost advantage over other non-EU import cars like the Chinese ones, which tariffs might raise up to 43%. What about the customer perception in Europe? What they do think about the South Asian cars? 39% of them respond that yes, we will see a future purchase of a South Asian car, compared with the 27% for the Chinese ones. The EU market is exponentially growing demand for the EVs. And we can see this because the data shows that most of the Europeans are looking to switch from the diesel gas oil cars to the EV solutions. And despite the fact that VinFast is still entering in Europe with showrooms in Germany, France, and Netherlands, still they are missing, or they have other opportunities in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, because these countries has a really high adoption rate for EVs. In 2023, in Norway, they have an 82% adoption rate, which means that all the cars that were sold in Norway 82% of them were EVs. So there is a huge potential. So we are telling VinFast to go to Norway and Sweden, also to enhance their after-sales quality in order to increase their customer perception, and continue the partnerships with Bosch and Movidia related with the charging station. This is our slide related with the risks, related with our recommendation, and how VinFast plan to mitigate them. Two of the main risks, which has a high impact by a low probability. The first one is the competitor entering. The competitor respond under the 35K market. For example, Tesla might enter this market, but VinFast can mitigate this by still focusing a lot on the economy of scale and keeping their cost advantage or cost leadership strategy. Related with the imposing tariffs, we know that VinFast and Vietnam has good connection and good partnerships till now with US and Europe, and also in the South Asian markets, so they can continue to establish and work on that. Related with the second one, which we think that there is a high probability with our solution that we're proposing today, that there might be a perception that there will be, VinFast will be a low value brand. We can mitigate this by enhancing quality and increasing value for the customers. It's all about value. If we can give a better price and with a good quality, this will give us a better position. In summary.
Thank you, team.
Okay, no summary.
If you want, you can just one-liner summary.
Yeah, it's just one line. So by restructuring its approach, focusing on the EV6 as a sole market, enhancing and prioritizing customer satisfaction, government partnership, we might set a foundation for the sustainable growth of VinFast. Thank you, and we're open to questions.
Thank you so much. Questions? Okay, we have one question online from Alejandro.
Thank you. Did you make any analysis on the financial impacts of your recommendation?
I can take it. I can take it for the U.S. market. So for the U.S. market, the financial impact that we thought by discontinuing all of the other models except for that EV6 was projected at about 4 million revenue in the first year, and then the second year we're looking at capturing up to 50 million, and then up to if we're competing with Nissan Leaf and so forth, so up to 8 billion in that. Let's see, by 2029.
I mean, but for all the others, because you have 4 recommendations, but you only did the financials for one?
I did the financial for one, and I think because we wanted to take that as an example, because our main recommendation for the EU market is very much the same. Focus on that one model, so we project really similar. But for the other aspects of it, for especially, I know India, Asian, and whatnot, we focus our strategy on that e-scooter and what's making VinFast money already.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We have one more question from Shivani.
Hi, team. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, do you see the low range of the EV6, the car you selected for the US market, as an issue?
It could be an issue, but our main focus is that if we cut all of the costs for the other one and focus on development and research and development for the EV6, then we can improve that range and really make it that awesome car that people cater to.
I think, to add on to that, Indri touched upon this in his slide, that for EV6, we're targeting 2 main critical markets. That is the US market and that is the European market. In the US market, we have a wide array of Tesla superchargers and a good charging network. And in Europe, I think, the cities are associated in less distances. So, that just makes it easier to charge. So that's why we're not concerned about the range of EV6 primarily.
Thank you, team RedBricks. Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
For the food, they are going to remove the food, and I feel very sad when they throw away food. That's one thing. Please don't feel shy and take food. You won't have food till 6 p.m. here in the island. It's not easy to get food. So take whatever boxes, sweets. I'll take some sweets because I have a sweet tooth. But yes, please. Second is, of course, a very long day. Thank you all for your patience. The social media team wants to interview you, so you can enter in and out and take the video interview. And remember, after all is done, the case judges will go to one room, and then the rest will start one tour on the campus and walk a little bit. That is beautiful. And remember, next 6 p.m., tomorrow next one, 9 a.m., tomorrow the conference starts, and you are all invited.
Thank you, Professor.
They click the picture there.
Yeah. So next we have Vinception joining us from Vietnam.
So we have a Vietnam that was given from the Cornell team. So very happy. Yeah, before. That's it. You will start with the marketing and branding. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Now we will have Vinception. So
Yeah, can we have all three mics?
hello. Hello. Okay.
That was in Vietnam. I had the opportunity to visit it. It's a historical.
Yeah, can I check the clicker?
Yeah, please.
Okay. Yeah, we traveled from Vietnam.
Oh my God!
Yeah. Yes.
My God.
You can pass the mics. Ready? Okay. Good, good.
Okay, go.
Okay. So, okay, we're gonna start the presentation now, all right? Okay, so the electric vehicle industry dating back to the 19th century is led by major players like Tesla and BYD. In this fiercely competitive global landscape, how can VinFast, a new entrant from Vietnam, chart a path for sustainable growth? Our strategy aims to answer this question for VinFast Board of Directors. We are Vinception, including me, Bao, Hayden, Hui, Huang, and Ngân. As consultants and also people who drive VinFast products, we recognize that VinFast is overextending horizontally by entering multiple markets at once and also vertically by diversifying into numerous low-margin products, all amid fierce EV competition and geopolitical uncertainties. The external analysis indicates that VinFast's rapid market expansion has led to a growth trap, leading to resource allocation inefficiency and also exposure to geopolitical challenges. So, however, the Southeast Asian market, particularly Vietnam, Indonesia, and the Philippines, stand out as having the greatest potential due to foreign trade agreement and also due to the growth in EV demand. So, focusing on this region first could generate cash flow, capture market share, and lay a sustainable foundation for future expansion to the US and also Europe. The internal analysis also indicates another growth trap stemming from VinFast's overly extensive product lineup. Some products are priced beyond the demand levels, while others have overlapping features, leading to cost inefficiency and weakening the brand's competitive edge. So, VinFast should streamline the product offerings by focusing on the profitable segments and also market fit offerings to strengthen its position. The aforementioned challenges, alongside with 7-fold increase from short-term borrowing since 2020, have restrained the VinFast finance, including cash deficit and also weak liquidity, and also including a net operating loss margin of minus 158%. So, to remedy this, VinFast should diversify its equity sources to reduce the interest burden and also to streamline operations. With that said, we propose the CAR or CAR strategy. They are cost reduction, awareness promotion, and regulation navigation. Leveraging VinFast's strength of strong partnerships and also sustainable ecosystem, VinFast and us can also help to optimize market segmentation and the product management. Each of these strategies will contribute to increasing market share, capturing more, enhancing the profits, and also sustainable growth. And my colleagues will demonstrate the specifics.
Thank you, Bao, for the internal analysis.
Right now, let's focus on strategy C, cost reduction approach. During this strategy, we're going to focus on three main tactics. First is market and portfolio optimization. Second is battery swap collaboration with Goshen High Tech. And finally is optimized design. First, regarding the vertical expansion trap, VinFast currently have a wide range of product, but none of these products was able to capture on the economy of scales. As a result, our team advised VinFast to cut the production of VF-E34 and reduce the production of VF8 and VF9. Moreover, we believe that VinFast should focus more on its affordable and newer model, such as the VF3, 5, VF6, and VF number 7. Consider the market targeting. VinFast currently compete in too many different international markets. As a result, we expect the company to focus on Southeast Asian market in the short term. This market has fragmented EV competition and moreover, substantial demand growth for EV with a cumulative average growth rate of 32.63% in the next 5 years. Moreover, given the future expansion, VinFast should lay a supply chain of low-cost foundation in the Southeast Asia market and consider the price sensitiveness of customer in Southeast Asia market. We believe that the VF3 and the VF5 are well positioned to capture the market share here. After successfully capture the Southeast Asian market, VinFast should refocus it in US and European market. In this market, we expect exponential demand growth coming from the net zero goal in 2030, and at the same time, when the tariff from existing trade agreement start to kick in for VinFast vehicle. Moreover, we believe that given the price to value of the VinFast vehicle, VinFast should position as VF6 and VF7 to capture the market demand in the US and the European market. And finally, when we're looking at the manufacturing cost, battery costs account for 35 to 40% within a VinFast car, when this is only 25 to 30% in the industry benchmark. As a result, we advise the company to have a collaboration with Goshen High Tech to establish a joint venture for battery swap station and laying foundation for an in-house battery plant. This will allow VinFast to capture its supply chain for battery and reduce the battery cost by an additional 15%. And finally, is the design for manufacturing and assembly framework. This framework utilizes on computer-based analysis to focus on design and efficiency and help engineers to reduce the assembly time, which we believe will reduce the manufacturing by an additional 15%. Next, we're going to talk more about the awareness promotion.
So thank you, Hayden. So our next strategy revolves about forming strong ride-hailing partnership with Gojek and Uber. And these partnerships with reliable stakeholders are essential in boosting our brand visibility and positioning us as a formidable competitor against other Asian EV brands to resolve negative customer perceptions. So once the customer have the opportunities to experience our car, we believe that this can change their perception and also their judgment about the quality of the car. And also, VinFast can offer the installment program selling affordable EV cars to drivers with a key promotional message for every safe, sound, and sustainable destinations. And also, this is even more feasible due to the net zero trend by 2030 that drivers without EV cars might be out of their job, creating high demands for sustainability needs. And on the left-hand side, in South Asia, the ride-hailing market is expected to witness a significant growth. By collaborating with Gojek, basically Uber in the region, we can tap into the existing synergies within the Vin Group ecosystem, specifically with the Seng SMP and else, since they already signed a partnership agreement towards green transportation in Indonesia. And moving to Europe, this region represents over 30% of the global ride-hailing market. And we suggest VinFast to partner this service with Uber, who is controlling approximately 40% of this market, and even more impressive with 69% in the States. And partnering with Gojek and Uber will provide us with direct access to millions of drivers and customers. And this partnership will help build global brand awareness, targeting both new and existing customers via more frequent touch points.
Coming to the R strategy, regulation navigation, VinFast should be aware of the risks of increasing tariff and protectionism from foreign countries. To mitigate this risk, we suggest VinFast to follow the strategy of Chinese car brand BYD when they penetrate into the European market. So this means VinFast strategy should be developed into two phases. The first phase is to gain control of their production process to lower the production cost, and the second is the establishment of regional manufacturing hub. So right now, VinFast is on market having the FDA and favorable tax policy. So it is a golden time for VinFast to focus on the phase one, gain control of their production process. And as mentioned in the C strategy, cost reduction strategy, VinFast is on its way of converting to 100% in-house production through the joint venture established with Goshen High-Tech. So Goshen High-Tech is a ODM specialized on the battery design solution. So this joint venture will have VinFast to have the technological transfer into lithium battery production. And as with the foundation in the phase one, VinFast can move to the phase two with the establishment of regional manufacturing hub. Aligning with the current plan, VinFast will have a total of 4 production plants by 2028 in the US, Indonesia, India, and Vietnam. With the strategic position of this, each manufacturing hub will be responsible for servicing key market, and by localizing production to the key market, we believe VinFast can limit the impact of protectionism and other trade barriers.
Having those recommendations, we still keep in mind that VinFast is having a cash deficit. Therefore, $2 billion USD is needed to fund for our activities that we have arrived through conducting an analysis using free cash flow to firm as cash in and the long-term debt, including principal and interest, as cash out. On the left-hand side depicts what we suggest VinFast to raise using low-interest debt instrument. For example, refinance with green bonds and strategically partner with local banks to increase the captivation for the customer and their equity, including the issuing preferred shares and also the crowdfunding with free leasing policy. Let me take an example. For example, $1,300 of funding for 6 months of VF6 free leasing is 20% cheaper than the original cost. This would not only allow us to avoid the fund restriction policy, but also to increase the familiarity to the potential customer. With adequate funding, based on our forecast of each model's sales volume and the cost, for example, the bill of materials and the cost of labor, we forecast that VinFast EBITDA would turn positive by 2026, with sales volume increasing by 7 times. The cost of goods sold margin would also drop significantly from 150% originally to only 83% by 2028. We also understand that you may have to bear some risk during operation. Therefore, we have come up with the strategies of global partnership while assuring the quality for the reputational risk, the hedging contracts for the financial one, and the supply chain control for the geopolitical risk. We believe that these would help us to mitigate the impact and the likelihood of these considerations. Given all the solutions, we have come up with the timeline on the right-hand side. It can be separated into short-term tactics, prominently with the financing options, spreading over the fourth quarter of 24 and the whole year of 25, and the long-term tactics from 26 go on. Here, we're suggesting VinFast to focus on the cost reduction to complete by 2027, while other strategies may span across until 2030 and later. To summarize, we urge VinFast Board of Directors to follow our core recommendations to innovate and transform for a stronger emergence, CAR. What is it? Let me remind you. It is cost reduction, awareness promotion, and regulation navigation. By following these, we will be able to achieve the profitability with awareness while enjoy a stable geopolitical status, grow competition, and also to improve the negative perception of the customer. And that is also the end of our presentation. Thank you for your listening, and please feel free to ask us should there be any questions.
Thank you so much for your presentation. So now I'll open the judges and the audience for questions if you have. I don't know if.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask, when it came to the fundraising, you mentioned low interest debt. And considering the financial situation that the company is in, I just wanted to know if that was a resource that would be available, given that there might be like a higher level of risk associated with the company, and whether or not it would be possible to obtain low interest debt financing, in those types of situations, especially when it is necessary to refinance some form of debt. That kind of interest might not be available, and I just wanted to know if you had any context on that.
Yes, thank you for your question. So when we're looking through the balance sheet of VinFast, we see that most of the VinFast debt are mostly from like long-term bonds that establishing buying from like private equity or like investment banking. These bonds are very high interest, and have extremely high interest rate. However, there's one source of financing that VinFast is not yet tapped into is the green bonds. VinFast has not yet collaborate with IFC or World Bank or some development banks to access into the green bonds. And often most of the green bonds financing rate and interest rate are actually lower compared to financing from private equity or investment banking. So we hope to refinance some of the debt from these investment banking and private equity to focus more on these green bonds and consider that the ESG goal is on the rise. We think that the supply for the green bond would help invest a lot.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. And a question regarding the short-term and middle-term and long-term strategy. You were saying that you're going for South Asia first, then Europe and US. And so my question is regarding the saturation of the market. So if you get first, you have a better opportunity in that specific market. So I'm just questioning if that's the right approach. And regarding the long-term strategy, and that you mentioned that you were going to partner with the Uber, how are you seeing, or is there any advances regarding autonomous vehicles that Uber is already starting that? And that's a question actually for all the teams, but if you have something to say about that.
Okay, so your question will have two parts. So I will answer the first part and Hui will answer the second part. So the first part is the concentration in the C's market compared to the US and European. So we base on the EV adoption rate and also the competition there and also the demand. So basically it can be two factors, the demand and also the competition. So in the C's market, so right now the number of competitors in the C market is quite lower than the compared to the developed market, like in European or in US. And the second thing that in the C market, there are some we don't match on all the C market. Use here focus on the 3 markets that we established compared to 10 countries in the C market. So we focus on Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia, because we already have this research on the EV adoption rate is very high compared to other region and a low number of competition.
And also to answer the question part, actually, we want to talk about the collaboration between VinFast and Uber. For VinFast, it is very obvious that if we can capture the market share of Uber right now by collaborating with them, we can get access to millions of drivers and users, and that would be beneficial to us. And on the other hand, Uber, when connecting with us, we recognize that Uber is also currently connecting with Tesla. But however, when we compare the price of it, we can recognize that the cost per mile for VinFast comparing to the cost per mile for VinFast, if they buy the 2 products, then ours would be a lot cheaper. Then it's going to create more revenues for the customers, considering that a day it is on average 200 miles for an Uber drivers to drive. And second of all, we also believe that this is what actually creates a lot more potential that Hayden's going to portray.
Yeah, so I think your focus of question is based on the autonomous, which is like car self-driving. So when we look into the cost of these car self-driving, it's actually significantly higher by having an actual driver to drive the customer to the destination. And moreover, right now the autonomous driving currently have very skeptical among customers because they don't actually trust having no person to control over the car. So we think that to be working with Uber by providing them a low cost electric vehicle model will allow them to reduce the cost and using us buying more of our cars compared to any other brands.
Yes. Just quick follow-up. Yes.
By 2030, how your TCO will compare to Toyota? TCO, because it's actually those who drive, they choose the car, right? Yeah. And they will pick it based on how much it costs them to serve the car. So do you expect your car to be cheaper for like a driver?
Yes, for 2030. So to follow up this question is that actually VinFast already invested inside a North Carolina plan by 2027. So by having the domestic plan established, we're gonna capture on the 7,500 federal tax credit on our EV car models. So I think right now the EV car models such as the VF7 in the US market is pricing around 39,000. If we account for that 7,500, our model was only around 32,000. And that car model with the same specification and given already granted the tax credit, such as the Hyundai Kia Niro, we already put inside our appendix, is that we actually $5,000 cheaper even compared to the Kia Niro EV. And this have an account into the trade agreement that we're gonna have with the US to capture on the low tariff.
Thank you so much for your answers and for your presentation. Now I would like to introduce our next team, that is Aztlan CG.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Hola, hola. Good morning.
Hello. Established?
Pero hay pues.
Hay tres jueces en línea, entonces sí mejor. Well, hello everyone. First of all, thank you a lot for your attention. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this opportunity. We are very, very excited to be here today. My name is Mariel.
Enrique. Osvaldo.
Together, we are Aztlan Consulting Group, and today we'd like to share with you our proposal for VinFast, VinFast Synergy. Are we ready? Let's begin. VinFast is on the verge of something extraordinary. While challenges do exist, the potential to transform into a symbol of innovation and trust is immense, unlocking major revenue growth and a sustainable future. Imagine VinFast's electric vehicles powering businesses, revolutionizing supply chains, and becoming the go-to for sustainable delivery. Envision cities embracing VinFast electric buses, leading the way to clean, affordable public transport. This is about more than just solving problems. It's about understanding what VinFast is truly capable of. Join us, and let's make VinFast a global leader on sustainable mobility and community well-being.
VinFast is an electric vehicle manufacturer that is facing some challenges, but we already know the solution. A solution that is subdivided in 3 categories: global expansion, financial health, and an eco-social rebranding. Through a short-term implementation and long-term implementation with a risk mitigation plan, we can focus VinFast to create and be a leader in the EV sector.
Sustainable transition projects will and are and will become prominent for many governmental agendas. This will change many sectors as a whole. Also, especially for the automotive industry, it will become also prominent, specifically for the electric vehicles. This is because by 2035, it's expected that the EV market increases at 35%. Moving forward, VinFast is well positioned for these expectations because it has basically focused on exclusively the production of EV fleets. But however, it needs to confront several challenges that mainly are in the external point of view. Its competitors have superiority in their economy of scales and infrastructure, which leads them to have more global presence and brand recognition. Yet, this brand recognition is for mature markets that are really well positioned in the EV, as the USA. And specifically for the USA is where VinFast has failed to meet the expectations of their clients.
and this has affected severely their brand recognition. So moving forward, and this is a common challenge for both VinFast and its competitors, is that exactly the cost of ownership is still good, but the lack of charging station. Aztlan Consulting Group, with this in idea, has an opportunity that can guide VinFast to success. And it is that for laggards and rising laggards that are categorized in the EV Mature Index, that by having it into account these three key drivers, it can revamp their strategy. So moving forward, we can take the main takeaway that for operational efforts, at least in the short term, need to focus in neighboring countries from Vietnam. These neighboring countries can improve the brand recognition by also having to account that the competitive advantage is recognized. However, by having the exposure, the experimentation, and the knowledge they can already, and by the 2008 production plan that is planned to be in North Carolina, there will be sufficient to actually have this successful.
VinFast Synergy focus on the opportunities to form B2B and B2G partnerships and enter to undeveloped EV markets. VinFast will transition from being a company financially dependent on Vingroup and struggling with consumer perception to a leader in conscious mobility in Asia, expanding into Western Europe and the rest of the globe, driving a new era of energy efficiency and social well-being, with a market segmentation and positioning based on sustainability and four main pillars. The sustainable urban mobility by offering different cities to improve the quality of their transportation systems, helping to reduce pollution and traffic. Solve social mobility needs by adapting to the specific requirements of the end users, offering four-wheelers, two-wheelers in the private and public sectors. Economic pricing. VinFast is the most competitive price in the market at this moment. VinFast Synergy maintains this advantage, making accessible transportation sustainable. A vertical growth. Not only VinFast is gonna grow with this, also Vingroup, because with VinFast growth, also Shanson, a Vingroup app for delivery and taxi, can grow with them. By full control of the end user, full control of the value chain, full control of the brand synergy among those. With these four main pillars, VinFast differentiated the market, making and building a full eco-social ecosystem.
Every process needs a system where VinFast is at the center of it all. We believe that the most important factor in our internal operations is human talent. Human talent will be a necessity for the whole operation, gives us the skills and knowledge to give the best quality product in the market, while also focusing on lean manufacturing and just-in-time practices. But let's also look outwards. Let's look at our governments. Governments around the world are focusing on reducing their carbon emissions and investing in public initiatives with EV infrastructure and green urbanism. We believe that VinFast, through a strategic collaboration, can help with these public initiatives and help with their brand reputation. Also, businesses are focusing on ESGs. ESGs represent long-term growth and sustainability. A lot of companies around the world are focusing more on fleets, like VinFast can give the necessary fleets for delivery trucks or corporate fleets, which will also help with the recognition of brand. But let's not forget about our most important customer, the consumer. The consumer values a premium service, which gives them trust and loyalty to the brand, which is the most valuable asset for VinFast. Now, looking at the objectives, we can see that in the short term, we are looking to use convertible bonds for infrastructure and sales. This will help VinFast grow, and it will take us to our long-term strategy. Through its brand reputation and an EV mandate production, with the help of the government, they can go into an economy of scale and have a global community. This proposal is the pathway for a more sustainable future.
VinFast Synergy aims to minimize financial strain and make it a profitable model. Through a 1.1 billion convertible bond, we'll secure financing at a lower interest rate, and also will allow investors to benefit from both equity and bonds. With a competitive 3% coupon rate, we'll minimize our interest expenses by 20 million annually, and a 20% conversion premium will delay immediate dilution risk. This strategy also provides us with flexibility as we scale our operations. The strategy also aligns with the stakeholders and VinFast vision for long-term success. The result is that we project that 11% boost in net income for the next years, providing with sustainable growth. Although VinFast can face several risks in the EV industry, such as shortage of raw materials and also battery price fluctuations, we are committed to invest in price batteries for investing in batteries R&D, diversificate our supply chain, and also secure long-term contracts. With this, we are going to mitigate or even avoid some of the risk of the EV industry.
We see the potential that VinFast has to become the global leader for sustainable mobility and community well-being. But in order to get to that point, we need to follow a plan that we decided to break down into two different parts. So we have short and long term. When it comes to short term, which is the bottom green part, first of all, we recommend B2G relationships. These alliances will be made with the top 3 local governments in Vietnam that invest the most in sustainable mobility. Afterwards, we would need a financial restructure for the company, which will then ensure local profitability. And with the restructure of the finance model, then we can launch a sustainability campaign that may position the brand as sustainably conscious, hopping in the trend of sustainability that many businesses and supply chains are looking forward to. So now, for the long term, B2B relationships. Taking into consideration the Shanson project that Vingroup already has, which is basically an app that helps with delivery services, we can ensure alliances with different businesses for delivery services and fleets. Afterwards, we would need an investment in R&D to ensure the lead of VinFast in Vietnam as a sustainable mobility ally. Finally, considering that the plan has been done and taken as it should, we see VinFast expanding internationally and become the global leader in the EV market. Judges, everyone here, we've done an extensive research in order to ensure that if Vingroup and VinFast accept our proposal and follow the plan, they will eventually become the global leader in sustainable mobility and community well-being. It's time to find out what VinFast's real potential looks like. And in the words of the great Alan Turing, this is only a foretaste of what is to come, and only the shadow of what is going to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you all. We are ready to answer all the questions I have.
Oh, thank you very much for your presentation. It's interesting. But when you're claiming you want to become a global leader in the EV industry, what's your base for that? What would you categorize as a leader in this industry, please?
First of all, we are going to be the leader in conscious mobility in Asia and all the EV market. Is not only the financial and the profit of that is going to come, is also all the impact that we're going to have with the growth of different cities in the transportation systems of those cities. So when we say that the VinFast Synergy is going to be leader in conscious mobility, we're thinking about how the impact is gonna the impact that they are gonna make to improve the energy efficiency, the transportation systems, and the well-being of all the people that the proposal is gonna impact.
Well, and just adding a little bit to that question, well, to that answer, as you can see in the appendix behind us, we already know what countries are ready and what countries are not ready for the EV expansion. Now we need to start somewhere. So we're starting in Vietnam, considering that the reputation of VinFast is pretty good in there. Afterwards, the idea is to keep expanding first to Asia, and then we can grow bigger in the markets that are not today very interested, considering that what they were looking for wasn't fulfilled by VinFast up to date. So it's a process that will take time, but we'll eventually get there with the plan that we mentioned previously.
Normally, when we say about it's a leader, probably it's you maybe the market share, or also technology, or your strategy, whatever. But from your point of view, I didn't see anything from that.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I mean, you need to give us some strategy for how you can get to be a leader in this industry.
Right.
Okay. Well, there's the four main pillars that is gonna make VinFast different in the market, and is gonna be relevant in all the EV industry, that are to improve the sustainable urban mobility of those cities, to solve each city has some necessary requirements and different. So to adapt to those social mobility needs, there is other, yeah. And then economic pricing to be sustainable, accessible for everyone, and also the growth of all Bin Group with VinFast and
Okay.
Chanson.
With that, sorry, we're short on time. Thank you so much for your presentation. A round clap, please. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can take your seats. We can move to the next team. Thank you. You want a photo? Yeah. Please do come. So we have the final team with us, Team Strategists. They're joining us from BIT School of Management, India. Over to you guys.
So the last but not least, go. All good?
Standing between all of you and the next break, and the pressure is real. But before the curtain closes on today's presentation, we bring you the grand finale. By now, a lot of you would have heard multiple visions for VinFast, but we are not here to give you just another perspective. Good afternoon, everyone. We are the Strategists, and we are here to redefine what success for VinFast looks like. The objective for VinFast is very clear: achieve profitability and map out a successful global expansion plan. We know the constraints, right? And we have mapped out a targeted strategy to expand globally. We call it the VIN strategy. Validate product quality, improving reach in domestic as well as emerging markets, and finally, navigating into developed economies. The result? Well, we expect VinFast to be profitable by 2028, that is in the next 4 years, and as a result, capture 2.5% of the global EV market. The global EV market is booming, led by the Tesla from US and the BYD from China. But there's a new player. Vietnam is joining in too. Vietnam's economy is strong, and they need cleaner air as well. The VinFast, which is an EV group of Vin Group, is already a market leader in its home country, Vietnam. They make good quality cars. They have a diverse range of products, and they are good in technology. But not all is well. They have issues as well. People, especially in US, are not so impressed with the quality. They also are suffering losses because the brand is not very well known outside of Vietnam. And currently the net negative profit margin is 200%.
But where others see problems, we discover opportunities. If you can see here, up until 2024, the costs have been significantly higher than the revenues for VinFast. But this is pretty normal in early stages of a capital-intensive industry like EV manufacturing. Our VIN strategy targets profitability for VinFast by 2028. Now, this will require a 6-fold increase in sales over the next 4 years, aiming to utilize around 80% of our planned production capacities. The whole turnaround regarding this strategy is based on 3 success factors. Expand your production to attain economies of scale, boost the sales, and finally reduce the cost. Once we attain economies of scale and our per unit costs start to decline, we can expect a rapid sharp in our revenues as well. Now, to achieve these outlined objectives of boosted sales and cost reduction, we have proposed a phased approach for VinFast to focus on both domestic and emerging markets. By looking at the 3 key metrics within the EV market: competitiveness, import tariffs on Vietnamese EVs, and EV market growth forecast, we came up with our VIN strategy. First, VinFast should focus on validating its product quality and increase their reach in domestic as well as emerging markets. This will help them to get immediate sales growth while having control over their high capital expenditure, which is leading to the high cost right now and hence negative profitability. Once these short-term goals are met and VinFast achieve break-even results, only then they can navigate into developed markets like the US and Europe. Here, the focus will be on capitalizing over growth opportunities, despite high entry barriers and strong competition within these markets.
So let's now start with the V of the VIN strategy. Vietnam is facing some challenges when it comes to its quality perception. The customers have a little hindrance in their mind when it comes to buying VinFast's vehicle because of some quality issues that have popped up the last couple of years. VinFast needs to address the reputation that is being damaged because of the quality, and especially in their backyard first. Focusing on Vietnam first, they are creating a pathway for profitability into the future. In the short term, VinFast needs to focus on core product issues, and this can be dealt with improving the software quality, moving away from 100% vertical integration, and partnering with component manufacturers that deliver quality components to VinFast in their vehicles. Moving away from 100% vertical integration will allow VinFast to focus on its core competencies and make it a little more agile. Additionally, increasing the product testing timeline for VinFast would make sure that VinFast puts out the most quality material into the market. By focusing on the quality first approach, VinFast will create a loyal customer base, which will create a path to profitability into the future. But quality alone isn't enough. To win the hearts and the trust of the Vietnamese customer, VinFast not only needs to focus on brand awareness, but also category awareness in EV segments. And this is where our 3V strategy kicks in. The first V, or the innermost circle, is VinFast. By empowering their employees to be brand advocates, VinFast can attain loyalty and customer and more engagement by using social proof. Moving on to the second circle, which is the Vin Group, which is the parent organization of VinFast, whose ecosystem expands from across multiple segments, including healthcare, education, and real estate. By tapping into the reach and resources of Vin Group, VinFast can position itself as a natural choice for EV for consumers in Vietnam. Which brings me to the third V, that's for Vietnam, the country itself. By using public awareness programs and strategic partnerships with the government, VinFast can play a role by increasing the reach to their customer and also making EVs a little more accessible to their consumers. Additionally, by partnering with the government, they can create a change when it comes to dealing with the problem of air pollution in Vietnam. Using the 3V strategy, VinFast can ensure not only to bring a strong brand, but also partner with Vietnamese government to be the change in the sustainable mobility drive. This will not only help them increase or capture the consumer interest, but it will also help them increase their market share in the country. Building upon VinFast's expansion in Vietnam, its focus in the emerging markets should be particularly focused on the high-demand two-wheeler segment. And gradually, they can eventually, after gaining a certain groundhold in these markets, they can expand into broader EV segments. Here, the key in these markets are the quality control and also the vehicle performance. And in order to win that, VinFast needs to position itself as a quality premium driven brand, which meets the unique demands of these specific markets. In this way, they can create a strong and strengthen their presence in these particular markets. Here are 3 factors that VinFast needs to keep in mind. Number 1, be flexible. Number 2, meet the local demand of these markets. And number 3, create a long-term strategy for sustainable growth that's not only profitable for VinFast as a company, but also the markets that they're trying to enter to. By using this strategy, VinFast can create a sustainable and steady growth in the emerging markets.
Let's talk about bringing our vision to life, because this ambitious plan needs funding, right? So our plan is a 2-stage process. Stage A, in early 2025, VinFast needs to raise $3 billion. They can do it via debt from their parent company, Vin Group. This will allow them to focus on what matters the most, improving product quality and penetrating into emerging and domestic market. In mid-2026, they need to raise additional $3 billion, this time via equity dilution. Given the successful penetration in domestic and emerging markets, they can invite investors to join their mission. This will allow us to focus on our goal, which is simple: make VinFast financially stable and profitable by 2028. Moving on, once they have their funding secured, the next thing they focus on is the next big move, entering into their developed market. These markets are difficult due to strong competition. Our solution: make VinFast a value brand. Bases our insights on key factors driving decisions in the US and Europe, price came out to be the critical most factor. By providing a competitively priced vehicle, VinFast can attract buyers who want a reliable and affordable EV option. The North Carolina plant in the US will help VinFast enter US faster, while the EU-Vietnam Free Trade Agreement will help making entering Europe easier for them. Together, these approaches will allow VinFast to become a global brand and make their EVs more accessible.
Now, to actually implement this strategy, this is the timeline we follow. First, VinUniversity and iOptiCrane this year. So we aim to increase product quality and boost sales in Vietnam up to the year 2025. Moving on. Thank you. We expect to diversify into emerging markets by the year 2025, positioning ourselves as a value brand. Only post the focus on validating product quality and emerging markets, we then suggest moving into developed markets with a phased approach, positioning VinFast as a value-based brand, starting with the EU expansion in 2027 and US expansion in 2028. Now, like any risk-return model, our strategy also carries inherent risks, for which we've developed targeted mitigation plans. Major risks include supply chain disruptions, tariff barriers, currency fluctuations. Applying specific strategies like currency hedging and flexible pricing will help during economic downturns, while diversifying markets with alternative suppliers will help during supply chain disruptions. Through our VIN strategy, we aim to validate product quality, improve domestic and emerging market reach, and navigate into emerging markets. Through this process, we aim to make VinFast profitable and achieve a greater market share from its current 0.2% to 2.5% by the year 2028. This journey goes beyond growth. It's about delivering long-term value to all stakeholders in the competitive EV landscape. The vision for VinFast is not just about building, The vision for VinFast helps them attain global success and position themselves to be leaders in the automotive industry. Thank you. We're now open to any questions.
Thank you. So I was reading some of the slides that you had here, and I think at one point it was mentioned that particularly in parts of Southeast Asia, electric motorbikes are, of particular importance. So I was just wondering, how is that factored into the strategy for the whole company? Is there going to be some degree of specialization in that type of vehicle while growing in the region, or is the strategy a little bit more sort of, is it broader than that product category?
What we found from our analysis was, in countries like Southeast Asia, two-wheelers are thought of as a more affordable option. So if you see the sales, the two-wheeler sales will be higher than the four-wheelers. Like for VinFast as well, if we compare the sales, the two-wheeler sales is higher for B2C, while the four-wheeler is higher for B2B. So our strategy revolves around playing with the consumer preferences and then seeing the gap and providing that particular preference-driven vehicle to the consumer. That's why we specifically said that for emerging markets, you should start with the two-wheeler, test the waters, and then move ahead to the four-wheeler segment. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you.
We're open to one more question. Yes.
I see here that you have strategic partnerships. Can you provide a couple of examples? Like, because governments and corporations are like two way. So do you have anything specific in mind?
Thank you for your question. So for strategic partnerships, we have a couple of things in mind. Like a lot of governments are trying to focus on EV buses or focus on electric vehicles for public transport in general. So what we thought is like in India, you see Make in India and other partnerships. So if you can tie up with the government and provide them a reliable EV option alternative to the petrol buses that they have currently. Because, for example, in India, we can tell you the buses are have very high pollution levels, and the government is looking for a sustainable alternative. Also, given if we partner with like government or B2B companies like in VinFast we have Grab, etc. So these are ride-hailing apps. Even B2B, the highest sales that VinFast has is from a ride-hailing app. So if we can partner with them, it will allow us to get into the lifestyle of the consumers. Because once the consumer is aware of your brand, they see it in your daily transit, they are more likely to try it on.
And what's your competitive advantage over, say, Tata or other like Indian producers? Why Indian government should partner with Vietnamese company?
Since we are coming from India only, and right now there is no major EV player in India right now. Tata holds a major share, but there is no such segment or there is no such brand which we recall if we name EV into our mind. There are 2 to 3 brands which are trying to get market share, and hence we see that the market is still fragmented. There is no one to cover the market as a boss or as a leader, and hence we can see that there is an opportunity, there is a gap, and we can fill that gap with a Vietnamese brand and Vietnamese localized culture bringing in.
Additionally, one of the components for our 3V strategy was focus on Vietnam. The focus on Vietnam in partnership with the government is to kind of set up our brand image for VinFast as an organization who helps being partners with the government in order to reduce the issues of air pollution. We want to kind of set a precedent with Vietnam, where we started looking inwards in our approach, and we wanted to send that precedent, and we want to use that as our leveraging chip as we go out to other markets and kind of show that what we did in Vietnam can be replicated with a lot of other markets that are present that we want to enter into.
Thank you. Team, thank you so much for your presentation. So thank you everyone for joining us online, offline, being such a tremendous sport and cheering on for other teams. We're so happy you have we have you today, and I think I'll hand it over to Professor for closing remarks.
Okay, let's take also, before you leave, a picture. Okay, and then I'll talk about the schedule of the rest of the day.
So just a quick announcement for the judges. As you know, now we are going to do deliberation to discuss about like how the case competition went. So we're moving to a different room. And for those who are online, that I know there are three of the judges online, I sent already the link for a different link to join, to be, and like we will get there soon, like we will join soon. So if you can please join to that Zoom meeting, we would really appreciate that. And we have a small present to the judges as well. So I'm giving them to you now, and we will try to make our best to send to those that are online. So thank you so much for everyone for being here. It was really nice day.
Okay, let's take a group picture. I don't know if we can maybe just all of us try to, the sides can go into the middle and we can take the picture maybe here. What do you say? And then, but before that, I wanted to say a special thank you to Mauricio. I mean, we worked yesterday the whole day. It was a very, very, very complex from a IT point of view, and he has handled extremely well. We have here also Jackie, who came from Ithaca to help us. We have also Marcela and Cara, who are there. And we have also one person from the marketing team. Maybe you can say also a few words. About you. From the marketing department? Yeah. Mauricio, you have to say a few words. Here everybody talks.
No, thank you. It went well, and you guys are great.
Yeah. Now, yesterday we met with not only with him, but the rest of the IT team, and we changed the configuration of the Zooms and more, and very, very grateful. I learned a lot yesterday. So, and last but not least, of course, thank you to Iris and Ionica, who have done a tremendous job. And they mentioned before Andre, so we had Sundays that Andre said, don't worry, we'll choose the last 8. And he had a big say on the last, because I said, okay, he's a consultant from a top consultancy firm, so he knows something. So yeah, the choice of the last 8 is a very difficult moment, because all the 18 that we had were excellent, and it was not easy at all. So yeah, so thank you, Andre. We all learned a lot. And thank you to all the judges. Maybe you can also stand, because this was a lot. Yeah?
If they want to speak a few words.
Yeah.
If you want to speak a few words, like.
Yeah, Andre.
Yeah, it was a tremendous pleasure to work with you. It was fun. I think it's the most important thing, to have fun and to learn. I had both, and I met amazing people. And yeah, I really learned a lot. And like today, I saw not only like pretty slides and interesting ideas, but also some pragmatic ones. So I think if DP is still on the line, I think you have learned enough.
Yes.
Yeah, because if I were like a part of the company and you produce such a great content for me, I would be very happy. Right. So
do you want to say, because I don't know if it's Brooke or his assistant, because I know that was very long. But anyway, we are going to, of course, pass the.
Yeah, so it was both fun and very, very practical into understanding the emerging markets, EV situation, Vietnam situation.
And also, all of you, you are now part of the big, big, big EMI family. So we count on you tomorrow, please. The conference, you are all invited. We have a tremendous array of speakers, presentations. So it's a tremendous, as one of my colleagues was saying, it's a space for discussion, for building bridges and encouraging dialogue between South and South, South and North. And in a moment that is the world is becoming so controversial, either A or B, not a space for consensual decisions. So that's our space that we want to be there. Okay, so maybe why don't you sit all? We have also here chairs of the conference. Andres, maybe you can say a few words about the conference.
The conference tomorrow, it's gonna be exciting. It's a very broad conference. We're gonna have speakers from touching all aspects of emerging markets, from politics to investment to different other sectors. So very happy to have you tomorrow, and we expect a great conference.
Yeah, the conference will be in the Bloomberg Auditorium. Okay, so the rest of the schedule. Let's take a picture. Second, the judges will go with Leonica and Iris, and then the rest we can take. Okay, number one, we can maybe go to the bathroom and take a breathe a little bit. And second, we can. I'll give you a tour of the campus. I had the privilege to be at Cornell since 2012, so I saw the whole process. So I wanted to tell you how the campus was born and the objective of the campus, and then go to the Four Freedoms Park, and then the next appointment is here at 6 p.m. For the reception here on the second floor. So we are now on the third floor, so the second floor. Okay, something else?
No, we're all good. I think we're ready for the photo. And people on Zoom also, please, if possible, switch on your cameras. We'll all be happy to take a photo with you as well. So maybe we can all come in the middle.
Also, it's a homage to one country, that is Vietnam, that has grown tremendously from a very low start.
Maybe we can put it there because
now
mostly everyone is
not yet middle income, but very. And then we have here Bangalore also from Ithaca, who has supported us. Maybe you can say something. Sorry, you have to say something as well. Everybody has to talk. Say, yeah.
Professor, we'll stand we'll face this way.
Yeah, I thought this way, no? Okay, yeah.
Because we've had that here. So
okay. Oh no, you here? Okay, yeah, the other way, no, because then we have.
Oh no, they're up there. They're up there.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah, please.
Also, thank you to all of you who have traveled from so far away. Vietnam, India, Japan, amazing. Listen.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Because I assume maybe it's better to have a picture from here facing that side because the more people will fit in. So maybe we change.
Okay, we change.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Lunchbox. Yeah, we gotta line up like this. You gotta line up.
There's gonna be
Lunchbox.
Estás en brown, ¿no? Solo los No, a Ricardo lo conozco desde hace 40 años, 40 no sé, pero 35.
I think I got to just stay in front of the bench.
Oh, nice picture.
The flight of Already? Okay, I don't hit John.
Wait a minute.
No, Ricardo de mi parte.
Not a judge?
Pero Ricardo está en Harvard.
See any robots?
All right, 3, 2, 1. Smile.
3, 2, 1. Thank you.
All right.
Rene, you have to say yes.
Thank you, everyone. If the judges can, yeah. Thank you to everyone who joined us online. Please kindly, if the judges can join the Zoom link. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much.
So let's meet this, okay, it's 3:20, no?
I am free.
It's 3:20? Okay, so let's meet at 3:30 or what? 10 minutes. Okay, yeah, one, yeah, no, I must take. Okay. Mauricio, tomorrow morning, sorry. Mauricio, picture with you also. Yeah, thank you all. A los dos. Yeah, okay. So say.